Round one of the NFL draft is in the books, and the Bills made a pick for the first time in 2 years. They selected Maxwell Hairston. He likes to go by Max, so Max Hairston of Kentucky, a cornerback, very small cornerback, but ran the fastest 40 time at the 2025 Combine in Indianapolis. He was ranked by many as the third, fourth, fourth and fifth corner mostly, and again, falls to 30 to the Bills. Max Hairston. You can find Brandon Bean's comments on that on our website, and we'll talk about him throughout the morning here on WGR. Some of the other picks in round one, no surprise at the top for Cam Ward going to the Titans. The big trade of the day were the Jacksonville Jaguars, moving up from pick number 5 to pick number 2 in a package that included their first-round pick next year to draft Travis Hunter to the Jaguars. Meanwhile, the Browns moved down. They drafted Mason Graham, defensive tackle, at number 5. Ashton Jeanty goes to the Raiders at number 6, which many people saw coming. The Dolphins surprising some by picking Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle of Michigan, a little bit higher than he was mocked a lot, 13th overall for Grant. Jackson Dart goes 25th to the Giants. They traded back in to the first round and grabbed their quarterback. That was the only other quarterback in round one. We're still waiting on Shadur Sanders and more going into round 2 of the NFL draft. Last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, by the way, tonight, we'll have coverage, of course, throughout the day and then tonight for the Bills, who have 2 second-round picks. Last night in the NHL, the Blues blow out the Jets 7-2. Winnipeg still leads the series 2-1. The Wild have an easy time with the Golden Knights 5-2. Minnesota leads 2-1. Toronto all over Ottawa in their series. They're up 3-0. They win in overtime against the Senators. And on the NBA side of the playoffs, the Nuggets got smoked by the Clippers. LA leads 2-1. Grizzlies came very close to winning last night. They had a huge lead on the Thunder. Oklahoma City comes back and wins. The Knicks win as well over the Pistons. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning, Bills Mafia. What's up? Happy Friday. Happy day 2 of the draft. Hope you enjoyed night 1. Jeremy and Joe. Josh Schmidt producing. Owen Parker here as well. We're hanging out. It's a Friday. A little rainy. A little bit of rain overnight. Sprinkle.
Yeah. It happens.
It's going to be nice today.
It'll be a little chillier today than yesterday. Yesterday was amazing, though.
Yesterday was beautiful.
70s and sunny, so
we're here.
some good weather.
To recap the first round. Late night for us at our Resurgence draft party. Thanks to everybody that came out. Thanks to Resurgence for putting it on. We did it. We got a pick in the books.
We got a pick.
We did it. There was some drama.
Yeah.
We wondered if the board was falling in a way the Bills might trade out.
I think once we saw the Giants go up and get Dart, we felt pretty comfortable, though.
That's right. I felt good once the Giants trade. I've never been more happy that the Giants made a trade up with, was it the Vikings?
Yes.
The Vikings. 25. It was the Rams. No, I don't know. Whatever. The Rams got an extra first. I've got a thought on the Falcons trade up, by the way, too. They traded a future first.
To go up and get James Pierce.
Yes.
That was my guy for the Bills. I mean, I was not ready to see them value him like that.
Yep. There's, there's the player they got, the plan from here, the board, the way that it fell as it went. We've got lots and lots to break down and get to. But the initial, reaction to Max Hairston, Mad Max. He's definitely a fun guy.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. Good teammate, I would imagine. I mean, he says he's a good teammate. A lot of good reports about his personality. Gregarious. The clips and the highlights, it might be the thing we remember the most about the draft. This is the polar opposite of Stephon Gilmore. And Gilmore, not a bad person, great player, but very stoic, didn't smile upon getting drafted. Famously, Joe, I don't know if you guys are all too young, but Bills fans were upset he didn't look happy.
Yeah.
That was a thing we lived through. This guy is not only happy, he was happy for everybody. Field Yates had the clips, and the clips went out of Hairston celebrating everyone else that got drafted in front of him like it was himself.
Right.
So comes across as a really interesting guy in that department and fun guy, and the Bills have corner 2 in the first round, which, as we break it down, how the board ultimately went, corner did not come as a surprise once they called the name.
No, I mean, the way it was trending. By the way, his personality, I was thinking the whole time as he's up on stage, he gives Goodell a huge hug or whatever, and then he goes over to the camera guy, or to the interviewer, I should say, after, and I'm thinking, this guy's going to get along with Trey White.
Yeah.
This guy's going to get along with Trey White really, really well. But in terms of what that was happening, defensive tackle, if that was your position, that was going. But all those guys, Kenneth Grant went way earlier. Maybe not way earlier. There were some mocks that would have had him around there. But I bet the average for him was a little bit lower than 13. Probably 20. It was probably in the 20s, his average mock. And he goes to the Dolphins in number 13. So he's off the board. And you had, obviously, the guy that Sal mocked for the Bills yesterday, Williams from Ohio State. He goes right before the Bills, and Derek Harmon goes. That wasn't there for you. And edge rusher really wasn't, unless you wanted to go Mike Green, but there's been personality stuff with him.
Yep. 10 defensive linemen in the picks before
10
the Bills.
Defensive linemen.
10.
Right. And we know offensively was just not going to be all that likely last night. So the only thing I thought that they could surprise us with when they're up to on the clock, because I thought maybe we thought it'd be Trey Amos.
Yep.
But corner felt like the position the way the board had fell. The only thing I was wondering that they could surprise us with when they were on the clock was, could this be Emenwari?
Right.
Could this be Nick Emenwari, the big, giant, athletic safety that he was not the first safety picked? The guy we talked a lot about yesterday, Malachi Starks, was.
Which we can get to.
Yeah, he goes to Baltimore.
We did not get to find out if that would have been their pick.
Right.
We don't know.
We know, though, Emenwari wouldn't have been their pick.
That's right.
Yeah.
There are 2 names that went off the board around them that, again, I'm not even saying they would have. It's just we would have been able to know what the plan was. And that's Starks, and that's also, Matthew Golden. If Golden had been there, would he have been someone that the Bills would have considered? Because to see some of these names that are still there, this is kind of how I thought it would go. There are some surprises in who went earlier than expected, who went later than expected, all that. And Starks going to the Ravens. Did you see it, by the way, immediately afterwards? It was the Ravens have done it again, how they got a perfect player. Also, Howie Roseman has done it again, right? Howie Roseman traded from 32 to 31 for the Eagles. Oh, my God, they got the perfect player. Those 2 teams, I always get those credits.
The Chiefs should have been criticized last night, by the way.
Trading down with a team that beat them. Don't do it.
These teams, I don't know what they're doing.
Right. But, yeah, I mean, it could have been Emenwari. He's still there. We'll get into the second round. The thing about the second round already is what? We're going to talk about defensive tackle for sure.
Yep.
Because if they go into the 4th round needing a defensive tackle, I mean, that feels like people are going to come out of this draft unsatisfied. The number one thing you need, you can't go in the 4th round. So I think they are going to be dug in, locked in to a defensive tackle somewhere here. And we could talk about whether or not they're going to move. The names here are, we know them a little bit less. TJ Sanders, South Carolina. I mean, Shamar Turner, Texas A&M. These are the top guys.
Darius Alexander, although some of these guys are lighter. right? All the three names we just mentioned are all below 305.
Right. Josh Farmer is a guy that's met with the Bills a bunch.
Yeah.
I mean, is it Alfred Collins? He's 332 and 6'6".
What's interesting about this position, though, and this is where I wonder, like, will they pick a guy? Will they feel like there's somebody in round 2 that presents a higher skill set than he's just going to eat blocks up for us? Because I heard Sal a little bit on this, I think, in the afternoon show yesterday, that you want them to go for a one technique defensive tackle. That's the big need with Daquan Jones, who's the only guy on the roster right now for that. But you want a guy that can be more than just stand there and take on the guard in the center, and that's it. Somebody that doesn't have to come off the field on third downs because, all right, it's time to rush the passer, and this dude is a 0 in that department, so we're going to take him off the field, and we're going to put like another edge rusher out there or whatever. That's what you would like, but if that guy didn't fall to them and they don't really think that there is a player like that that's available to them in round 2, then I would think that they are ready to just go with what they always do at that position, which is we've got Jones under contract. We will bring in a couple of one-year veteran guys to come fill that space eater role, and we will do what we always do, and we will be probably okay. We'll be okay at that position, as they always are. Last year, they were 10th in rush defense, and they were 4th on first and second downs when those guys were often on the field. So I would be... You're right, though. There will be a reaction to how did you not come away with your biggest need with your top 3 picks. But I'll feel like I want to defend them and defend the future of that defense without having invested in it if they don't come away with it tonight.
Yep.
If they go wide receiver and what else would it be? Wide receiver and edge tonight. Sure. If they do that and don't come away with the defensive tackle, I feel like the sky is not falling.
Well, looking at the board, and we'll get your thoughts on Hairston and corner 2. Looking at the board now, it's rich with second-round wide receivers. I mean, there's probably about to be a run.
Yeah.
But if you look at the caliber of wide receiver and defensive tackle and defensive end remaining for round 2, I think wide receiver is a really nice spot. But
I do too.
It might get eaten up.
To wrap on that defensive tackle point, by the way, real quick, the one guy that I didn't mention here that I would be thinking about for them tonight is Deion Walker. Kentucky. Another Kentucky guy. They had him in on a top 30 visit. He's the guy who had the back fracture, so there's an injury thing there. But top 30 visit, and he is 6'7", 330.
He's the guy that, when talking about him with Joe Marino Wednesday, said, not a fan. For Joe Marino of Locked On Bills, Deion Walker was a stay away from this player pick. We'll see if they do.
Well, they brought him to Buffalo
That's
2 weeks ago, so they didn't completely stay away from him.
There's also Josh Farmer, who Florida State defensive tackle. He's a bigger guy, and he has met with the Bills and said he's met with the Bills a lot. But on Hairston, I've got a couple thoughts on this, and this is not a criticism, but I want to call this what I think it is. This is not a commentary on the success of the player. This is Elam 2.0. This is a second attempt to get a second corner who is fast. He's your Tyreek Hill, your Jalen Waddle covering corner. I'm not saying skill sets. I'm saying this is the second time they've used a first-round pick on their second corner. Benford's locked up. When they drafted Elam, Trey White was locked up. Like, we know you've got a great one. You're not so desperate at the position. And Bean's talking about Hairston's ability to maybe start this year. If he doesn't start right away, maybe during the year. So if you even want to pencil him in as a starter or get there eventually, he's got to beat out Trey White and he's got to beat out Dane Jackson. We'll see if those guys can still play. I mean, Trey's got all the injuries, but is it not? It's corner 2 in the first with corner 1.
Yep.
Very solid. It's a little bit of Elam 2.0.
There are similarities.
And I'm not saying there's a bust. But the other thing about him that's interesting to me is he is in the size percentile. He's a small corner. He's not tall. He doesn't weigh much. His weight was in the 8th percentile, is what I think I heard from corners.
Yep.
He's added 9 pounds since the combine, so they're trying to get him to bulk up. But he's a small, athletic. His RAS score is off the chart. Well, 9 point whatever. He's got a good RAS score. He's small, and he plays an aggressive style.
Yeah.
Aggressive, risk-reward, speedy corner. So I'm. It's just, if it works out, great. I don't have any reason to think it won't work. I have no idea if it will work. But, I mean, there are probably going to be repeats along the way if you are the GM and the coach for 20 years. But here's our first, let's try that again. Corner 2, first round, I want 2 good corners on my team. Outside corners, 2 good boundary corners to go with Taron Johnson. I want 3 good corners on my team.
Yeah, there are definitely similarities. The speed is on that level. The comparison though there for the 40-yard dash, Elam ran a 4.39, Hairston ran a 4.28. So it is another level of speed, at least on that front. Elam was a little bit bigger. He was 6'2" and had range, right? Or he had like the length. Hairston is definitely small in that regard. And the point about the position, I think, is mostly fine. That holds up. Elam, when they drafted him, the only difference would be White was coming off a torn ACL, and we knew he wasn't going to be ready for a while. Okay. Right? Like, it was going to be... And how long did it take him? Was it like 8 weeks before he came back? So there was an immediate need, but for the long term, absolutely, that was thought of, okay, this is going to be our corner 2 when Trey White comes back. The one other... Those are little differences. The big difference from what I've seen between these 2 players is what they did and how they were used in college. Elam was press coverage, man coverage, very different type of system than what the Bills ran, different type of usage. You were going to have to teach him some things about the way that the Bills operate, and there was going to maybe be some growing pains about him adjusting to a different type of defense. And I don't know in terms of how similar it is other than zone versus man, but Hairston, according to Sumer Sports' draft guide, ran 79% of the time he was used in zone coverage, which was in the top 15th percentile for all corners in this draft. So that would be, you got a couple little differences between Elam and Hairston. I feel like the big one is Elam was a man corner in college, Hairston was a zone corner in college, which... That lines up a little bit better, I think, for a fit with what the Bills like to do typically.
Maybe. There's been a lot of speculation the Bills are about to become more man-heavy, right? They hired the one assistant coach who's their secondary coach. His name escapes me at the moment, who is supposed to have many more man concepts. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
There's lots to like about him. I mean, I think there's just lots to like about him. Pick sixes, athleticism, speed. And he does not slot in right away. If you are upset about defensive tackle, the player that they would have picked, had it been a defensive tackle, would have been someone that I want to say no one had in the first round. Nobody left a defensive tackle had I seen mocked in the first round too often. I mean, Tyleik Williams, who the Lions took, the Lions take a defensive tackle, and he was, for me, often seen as a second-round pick. But, you're picking at the beginning of the first. Brandon Beane did say they had a first-round grade on Max Hairston. Okay, you did it. 12 first-round grades, according to Tony Pauline, and a first-round pick, or a first-round grade with the 30th overall pick. They did not move up or down. Did they want to? Quite possibly. I mean, yeah, I bet they did. Jahdae Barron, we had the report from Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports. The Bills had been looking to try and get up for Barron, and he got close to trade neighborhood. He got close. He goes ultimately to Denver, 20th overall. So, it's whatever. It was a fun first round. The surprises came in the form of what? The Jags trade for Travis Hunter, and beyond that, you saw New England. New England, how about this? Here's one thing about the division. Yeah. The division ate its vegetables. The division went line. Yeah. The whole division went line. Offensive lineman for the Patriots, defensive lineman for the Jets and the
offensive lineman for the Jets, too.
Sorry. Offensive lineman for the Jets, defensive lineman for the Dolphins.
They picked Armand Membo, the tackle from Missouri, and then Kenneth Grant goes to Miami.
The the division ate its vegetables and went trenches. And the Bills probably wanted to go trenches, but ultimately have to go for Hairston because just the way the board fell.
Yeah. Yeah, that there's nothing like I kind of feel like New England ending up with a tackle almost feels like a win. I'm not saying that's a bad pick for them. I think it's a good pick for them for what they need, and protecting Drake May is key. But my favorite my number one non-Bills thing to happen yesterday was New England not ending up with Travis Hunter.
Right, me too.
So that didn't happen. I feel okay with everything that happened in the division.
Also,
Miami, I saw some Dolphins fans complaining that they went for defensive line instead of offensive line because their whole blueprint, even more now because they've had to say goodbye to some pieces, is that quarterback has got to play 17 games. And their line stinks. And they lost Terran Armstead, and they went D-line instead of O-line.
Yeah.
I like the player, but
yes, very much.
I just think that team needed an offensive lineman.
Wanted him for the Bills. That's their last 2 first-round picks. Chop Robinson was a defensive lineman, first-round pick for them too, edge rusher.
Yep.
803-0550. All right, Bills Mafia, wake up. Let's go. It was a late night. I know, we were up late. Was anybody up later than us? Some people.
Well, some people stayed at the draft party after we left.
That's right. We left
those people. Unless they're probably sleeping right now.
The Eagles were picking as we showed up or whatever as we left.
They were trading. The Chiefs were trading down as we
one spot.
Yeah,
one spot
for a 5th round pick.
Yeah,
it's a weird one.
It always is strange to trade down one spot.
Are you doing that because somebody else was coming up to take that and? So, hey, this team's offering a 3rd, or this team's offering a 4th for us to move down 4 spots. They might be taking the player you want, so we'll move down 1 spot for a 5th instead. How about that? I'm just guessing at how that could have gone, because otherwise it's weird.
They took a tackle. They took an offensive lineman. The Chiefs.
Yeah, Josh Simmons, who's got injury problems.
He does. Before the injury, I saw some of the reviews of him. He had the best tape of any offensive lineman, but the injury issue is a major concern. Some teams I'm sorry, it was the opposite of that. It was that maturity and character concerns.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it was for him. The teams liked him a lot, but there was a lot on that. The funniest thing that happened, so we got a lot of memes. Roger Goodell rode in on a bike. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
We had a baby throwing up.
Yep, that happened.
And perhaps the funniest thing wasn't on the television. Marcel Louis-Jacques tweeted this out. After the Dolphins drafted Kenneth Grant, the defensive lineman, Chris Greer, the Dolphins GM, told the media that after he drafted Kenneth Grant, his phone blew up with other GMs saying, "Oh, you got my guy." Objectively hilarious to make that claim. Oh, yeah, everybody immediately said, "I got their guy." What is this, your fantasy football draft? And you claim someone, "Oh, I like that pick, man. I was about to take that guy."
Yeah. Also, who was texting him that? Were the GMs that were picking, if it was even true, were the GMs at was Brandon Beane texting him that? Because that's not, I mean, it is complimentary, but it also isn't. Like, the GM that thought he was getting him at 30 is mad that you took this guy at 13.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, right, I pick 12th in my fantasy league, and like, I really want, I really want Brian Thomas Jr. And the guy at number 2 overall takes Brian Thomas Jr. Like, you got my guy. Doesn't mean it was a good pick. Yeah, that's an outrageous claim.
It's a funny one
to make.
803-0550.
More outrageous than every GM in the league saying that they had a first-round grade on the guy. Right?
Yeah, right.
Pretty much is what happened.
We'll get your calls in. Sal at 7. We don't have to have the safety conversation. We watched them draft a corner, but the safety, I think the safety that would have been in the mix was gone to Baltimore. And wide receiver, listen, here's the question for today. Defensive tackle, defensive end, wide receiver. You get to fill 2 or 3. Most would agree those are the 3, right? What's next after that? I mean, safety could be there.
Yeah.
But defensive tackle, defensive end, wide receiver, which pairing would you be aiming for with the Bills tonight? I'm putting up a Twitter poll on that. Yeah. See what comes in. Basically, another way to ask, which of the 3 positions are you leaving out?
Right. Which one are you okay punting to the 4th round?
Me, defensive end. You want to talk about things they were not bad at last year? They were not bad at rushing the passer. You'd like to point out their run game metrics? They were not a bad pass rush team.
Well, if I could... You're right. They weren't a bad pass rushing team. Their number 1 pass rusher by pass rush win rate is no longer on the team, though.
That's true.
Von Miller had almost a 20% win rate, and that was, I think, more than 5% better than any other Bill last year.
But they added 2 players to try to fill that role.
Yeah, that's right.
In Michael Hoyt and Joey Bosa. They have 4 pass rushers who play the position today. And... I just think they need a little help at receiver, like they always do.
I'm in on the Jack Besh is going to be my guy for tonight from TCU. But there are still some good receivers left. But if it's going to come down to edge versus tackle for me, I mean,
it's probably not. Well, here let me get the early results on the poll.
Yeah.
Both defensive tackle pairings are tied and winning in wide receiver DE. So we'll find out which one ultimately finishes in third place here.
Yeah.
But there will be a defensive tackle. I think it'll be hard to imagine how there won't be. I wonder if they'll trade up and use a fourth-round pick or a fourth and a fifth to move up. Their 2 seconds are too much to move anywhere. It's not like you could package your 2 seconds for the first pick today. You would actually need something back. So, I mean, I guess they could pick anywhere in the second round they want to if they want to package those twos. 803-0550. All right, we'll get a break in. Sal coming up, top of the hour. Howard Simon. Howard Simon.
yes,
8 o'clock.
he was everywhere last night.
He showed up last night. He was everywhere. He's always everywhere. He showed up last night. Good to see Howard. We're not going to make him pick the Bills, folks. We're not going to do that yet. Maybe, right after the full draft. But just talk to him about the picks and how he liked the first round. What about round 2? 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. You can give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe, Josh and Owen here as well. We're hanging out. We're going to recap the draft party. Friends were made. Enemies were made. Not really. We had a good time. And we're at Wayland tonight. No ticket.
Yeah.
No ticket needed. See you at Wayland. Come on out. Draft party, round 2. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. You need help with your landscaping, what to buy, how to do it, how to plan for it. Russell's will make you a ready-to-grow pro, whether it's help in the garden decor section, just stuff that you need, delivery of mulch. They can deliver mulch to you as well. Minimum 3-yard order, and they will deliver mulch to areas here. So whether it's black mulch, brown mulch, red mulch, you can get it delivered going to Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. Go to russellsny.com and pick up your mulch, pick up your garden decor, pick up your perennials, bushes, trees. When it comes to your garden space, if you have a complete blank sheet, like you're in a rebuilding phase with lots of picks, they're going to have everything for you. And if you need just that one piece to finish off a garden bed or finish off a landscape, Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm, Transit Road near North French and East Amherst. When you drive by, you'll see all the trees there. I've picked up multiple trees, 3, 4, 5 trees over the years from Russell's. My front yard, my backyard, everything in the ground from Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. A bunch of hydrangeas over the years. They're very hardy for this area. They grow in really well. And that's what you can learn about when you go to Russell's. What works well, what might work for a space based on sun, based on soil. So make sure when you're getting your stuff for your garden, your landscape, Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. Online at russellsny.com. Visit them at Transit Road. Russell's will make you a ready-to-grow pro.
In round one of the draft, the Bills select Max Hairston, a corner out of Kentucky last night, who ran the fastest 40 time at the combine for any position at a 4.28. Little bit smaller, but tons of speed. The Bills drafting a corner in round one for the first time since they would have done that with Kyrie Elam a few years ago. Hairston, you have comments from him and Brandon Bean. Those are on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills have 2 picks tonight in round 2. We'll have full coverage throughout the day on WGR. Elsewhere in the NFL draft last night, Cam Ward goes number 1 overall. No surprise there to Tennessee. The Jaguars probably making the most interesting move of the day. They move up from 5 to 2. Spent a first-round pick next year and other picks to do it, but to draft Travis Hunter with the second pick. Cleveland moved down to 5, picked Mason Graham, a defensive tackle. Last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Florida shuts out Tampa with a 2-0 win. They're up 2-0 in the series. Toronto in overtime over Ottawa. They lead their series 3-0. The Wild take a 2-1 series lead on Vegas with a 5-2 win. The Blues blow out the Jets 7-2 to avoid going down 3-0. Tonight you have a couple games as well. Capitals and Canadiens, the first of which at 7. And then the NBA playoffs last night, Nuggets get blown out by the Clippers, Thunder over the Grizzlies, Knicks over the Pistons. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
If you're on
I gotta be honest, I didn't like that guy anyway.
If you're on the YouTube feed, you're seeing the video of us reacting. That sounded like a foghorn. It was me booing. It was boo. Kenneth Grant, we had a good time at Resurgence. Second year in a row having a good time.
Yeah.
Excited to go back next year when the Bills pick
Definitely.
32nd.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. They'll pick 32nd because they were going to pick 29th and they traded down 3 spots.
All right. Come on.
Kidding. Sorry.
We're having a good... It's a Friday. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Give us your thoughts on the corner in the first and the rest of the first round. Jacksonville gives up a future first to go up 3 spots for Travis Hunter. Jacksonville going for Travis Hunter. So,
Yeah.
whatever. We've got Max Hairston on the Bills. We've got the second round to talk about. Quickly on Hunter. Anybody wondering about if he's going to play offense or defense? I'm sure it remains to be seen. Does Jacksonville making that move say something to you about what their plan is? Wouldn't you
That they would more likely want him to play both?
both?
Yeah. I think that's probably right. Yeah. Not all of his value. I mean, he has been compared to Jefferson. He's been compared to some of the best corners in the league. On his own, he's probably still a top 5 pick. But is he a slam dunk worth going up and moving up to get a guy at number 2 if you don't see the value of him being able to do both? I think you wouldn't do that if he was just one of the 2 things. So I think he's going to play both. I think I would agree. They valued him as though they're going to their plan is for him to play both. I was just looking. I'm sure that would have been the first question that they got asked last night about it.
He's a special prospect, the chance to turn the sport on its ear. The thing I would wonder is if they were going to shade him one way or the other, doesn't a second overall pick indicate they would shade him towards receiver? Has a corner ever gone that high?
No.
Receivers have. Corners, never. Number 2?
No, I think Derek Stingley went 3rd a couple years ago, but even that was pretty rare. The whole trade was basically they traded a second and a first next year to move up 3 spots. Yeah, so that was a pretty price to pay. I don't know how you feel if you're Cleveland this morning, though, because Cleveland, if you're a Browns fan, you're so demoralized from the Deshaun Watson experience, and you might have been super hyped up to get this all-time great, unique unicorn prospect, and today you're sitting here with a defensive tackle.
Yeah, well, good one.
Yeah, he's great, but
maybe you're upset he went to Michigan because you like Ohio State.
it kind of feels like when the Bills drafted Darius. For me. It's like, okay, this player is great. Oh, look, he had a pick in the national championship game. And I'm looking around like, oh, there's Cam Newton over there, and A.J. Green, that looks fun, and all these fun toys that people just drafted. And I got the big guy.
It is difficult not to fall in the trap of it looks like other teams are having more fun on draft day.
That's right, yeah.
Because I am guilty of that. I am 100% guilty of that.
And that's not how they should operate.
That's right. That's right. I will self-report. One of these years, I want the Bills to be the team that drafts a fun position, and the entire NFL world says, oh, my goodness, look at this group of weapons for Josh Allen, the way that they did with the Bucs yesterday. It's Evans and Godwin and Egbuka and Jalen McMillan, who they just took with a reasonably high pick last year as well.
Right.
Like, oh, my goodness, look at all this. Bucky Irving as well for them. Baker Mayfield is loaded for bear. Like, one of these days, I'd love to hear that about Josh Allen, but that's okay. The goal is not to have fun on draft night.
I mean, that was a little bit of Jacksonville last night, wasn't it?
For sure. Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter.
The buildup of the draft for them, because they'd been mocked Mason Graham forever at number 5. The buildup for them was that the coach and maybe the GM too, they want something to go on offense. They want to build that thing up and make it a machine. And at 5. It was the running back, right? It was Genty, the running back, and McMillan, it was too high. The tight ends, it was too high. So if you were trying to load up on offense and make a big swing, Hunter was the move to make for them.
803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550. So we had a lot of trades. A bunch of trades. Jackson Dart to the Giants. I think that's a solid move for them to get Carter and move up.
Do we hit our over on 4.5 trades in the first round?
I think we did.
Okay.
We definitely did because you had the Jacksonville trade. You had the Rams.
Atlanta and the Rams.
Yeah, the Vikings and Giants, and then Eagles and
the Chiefs.
And was there one more in there moving up? Might have been. Tight ends went. Nick in South Carolina is up. Hey, Nick, good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you guys?
Good.
I just wanted to get your insight on a couple things. I've seen that Mike Green was ranked in the top 10 on a lot of mock drafts. I was really hoping the Bills could take him. I know Bills like character guys, but he's still there. That would have been perfect. And Jaden Higgins today. Is there any way we could trade up and get him? He's another home run.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. On trading up in general, I would be head on a swivel today if they want to move up because the second round is significantly less expensive to move up in. And just to give you the context of that, so the draft value chart, the gap in values in the first round from the 32nd pick to the first pick. In the first round, that number is 2,400 points. In the second round, the first pick to the last pick is 310.
Okay.
You could go anywhere you want. If the Bills really wanted to go to the 33rd pick and pick first tonight, they could package their 2 seconds and probably get it done. As long as the team that's there wants to do it. I mean, Cleveland picking first in the second round, they have 1 million picks, and I don't think they want to trade down again. Cleveland, Houston, Tennessee, Cleveland again, Vegas, New England, Chicago, New Orleans, Chicago. I mean, you've got a couple teams that kind of own the first 10 picks of this second round. So if you want a receiver, which you mentioned Higgins, the receiver group here is pretty darn good. There's a lot to like at receiver right now. And if you have to move up or you want to wait till 56 or 62, ESPN's NFL draft page puts Jaden Higgins as the number 1 receiver available right now. Trey Harris, Luther Burden, Jalen Knoll, Jack Bash, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams. To me, those are all guys that should go in the second round, second to third. And does anybody jump up there? Torrey Horton, Colorado State, Joe Marino had in his mock draft the Bills trading up to get Horton in the third round. Mm-hmm. So there's someone here for sure. The wide receiver train, I want to say I hope it runs tonight. I want to I want to believe. I started to believe last night that Golden could happen. I had an outside inkling about Burden. I didn't think that was realistic, but if Golden had been there, what would they have done? He would provide exactly what they need and more. And upside. So, I'll best of luck to him. He goes to, where did Golden go, by the way? Where did Matthew Golden go?
He went to Green Bay.
I'm sorry. I was told that they had a model, Joe. Don't they have a model? The Green Bay model.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm just having... Let me have my fun.
And Christian Watson's probably expendable now.
Maybe.
But the Mike Green, by the way, very quickly, who you brought up, is the prospect is somebody that I am very intrigued with. Like, he's got that bend and speed rusher ability, led the country in sacks last year, but
He had a big highlight at the Senior Bowl.
he has got sexual assault allegations against him. He was kicked off his team, I think, at Virginia before he was at Marshall. Like, there are character concerns with him beyond the player stuff. Mina Kimes, I heard, also on the player itself. You have all that character stuff, and then she pointed out he had a lot of his sacks against bad competition.
All right.
And he looked like he was playing high schoolers in those games, but he stacked up a lot of his production when he was playing like really low level teams. So that's the other concern about him.
803-0550, more your calls. Sal's breakdown on all of it, a recap of what Brandon Beane had to say about Max Hairston, the Bills' first-round pick. Corner Max Hairston out of Kentucky, who says he's moving in with Ray Davis. Those two are good buddies, and they both appear to be pretty happy to be reunited. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Cam Ward of the Titans. Quick thought on the quarterbacks, and back to your calls and Sal as well at 7. Mel Kiper, he's got some victory laps out there. He's got some misses as well. If Shedeur Sanders becomes good, that's a victory lap for Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper spent the whole night flabbergasted that Sanders was not getting picked.
Oh.
It was his number one quarterback, period.
Yeah.
And the whole draft, Mel Kiper's trying to get, where's Sanders? Where's Sanders? And a lot of the ESPN stuff, it's funny. Like, we've talked about Shedeur Sanders throughout this process. I don't think he has haters. I think he has people that just think he's not that good. He's okay, you can be a second-round quarterback.
Yeah.
This draft is not about Shedeur Sanders. It's about a lot of other players. And Jackson Dart ultimately goes ahead of him. Now we're on to Sanders and Milroe in this second round. We'll see.
Yep.
Cam Ward, number 1. Cam Ward before...
Thank you to Goodell for announcing him as Cameron Ward.
Yeah.
Helps the sting of Cam Ward being back in the
Before being drafted
sphere.
number 1, Cam Ward was asked what being taken number 1 would mean to him, and he said nothing. It would mean nothing to me. All right? Right. Okay.
Nothing.
It would mean nothing to me. Okay? Well, you're our
mean,
pick.
Max Hairston at 30 that seemed like it meant everything to him to be 30th.
Right. Louis in Hamilton. Hey, Louis, what's up?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. Yeah, I first of all, I'd like to touch on two things. I like the pick. He turned out, I think to me, he's going to turn out to be a really, really, really good player for the Buffalo Bills in a position of need also. But you know what? You guys might disagree with me, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think the Bills should trade up and get Mike Green. This is a team that's been very, very close to get to the Super Bowl, extremely close. A guy like Mike Green, yeah, I know what you're saying. He played against some lower-end talent. I get it. The guy's got phenomenal pass rush moves. I just think that, you know what? I throw the gamble. I know he's got that couple of issues here and there. I get it. But this guy could be really, really special. I think the Bills, you know what? I don't think anybody would say, I hate the move. If we're all talking right here, right now, and on draft day 2, the Bills move up to get him, I don't think you guys would be pissed off or disappointed.
Well, thanks, Lou. We got to get to a break. It's tough to be mad about. They have to do something so stupid for people to be mad. And Mike Green is a position that people look at as one of their top needs to get younger. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if anyone's going to get really mad about it. But, they win 11 to 12 games every year no matter what they take. They could take a linebacker and go 12-5 or 13-4. I might be mad about a linebacker, but running back I'd be mad about. If they take a defensive end, what am I going to do? We would then, 3 years from now say, what are they going to do? They're going to take corners and defensive ends. It's what they do in the draft. They take corners and defensive ends quite a bit. So I think it's very possible. You want to trade up for him? All right, you could do that. 803-0550. Sal on the other side will get his thoughts on it as it ends up being a corner. Max Hairston from Kentucky, a smaller, thinner, fast, aggressive corner. Zone corner, he hunts the ball. I've seen written. He hunts the ball. He's very aggressive, risk-reward, makes big plays. So he's the new corner. Does he beat out Trey White right away for the job and Dane Jackson? I mean, we would hope so, right? 803-0550, Sal recapping the night in round 1, looking ahead to round 2. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. You can join us on YouTube. We're hanging out. Happy Friday. Nice day. Day 2 of the draft on the way. And, of course, coverage tonight here on WGR.
The Bills have their first round pick. They stayed put at 30 last night as the first round wrapped up. Max Hairston from Kentucky is the selection. Cornerback. He ran the fastest 40 time of any player at the combine with a 4.28 40. So speed, a little bit undersized, but tons of speed, and you can catch all of Brandon Bean's comments on that on our website. We'll have Sal coming up next, talk more about the selection. The Bills go corner in round 1. They have 2 selections tonight in round 2. There's a bunch of fourths, so tonight's only 2 and 3, but we'll see if they end up moving up into the 3rd round as well. We'll have coverage tonight. Nate Geary on the air. Me and Jeremy will be at Wayland. Come down, stop by. No ticket needed for tonight's watch party for rounds 2 and 3. Elsewhere around the league in round 1 of the draft, no surprise at 1. Cam Ward ends up going first. A little bit of a surprise at 2, not for the player, but Jacksonville moves up from 5 to 2. It cost them basically a 2nd-round pick and then a first next year to move up 3 spots to draft Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter goes to the Jags, and their GM said that they have every intention of him playing both sides of the ball after they picked him. Abdul Carter goes 3 to the Giants. Will Campbell 4 to the Patriots. Ashton Jeanty goes number 6 to the Raiders. Some of the other notable picks, Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle we had talked about for the Bills. He goes higher than most thought, 13th to the Miami Dolphins, so he is coming to the AFC East. Jackson Dart, the 2nd quarterback in the draft, goes to the Giants at number 25. New York moving back up into the 1st round to grab their quarterback. And the Chiefs last night drafted an offensive tackle, Josh Simmons, to wrap up round number 1. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, last night you had another win by Toronto. They're up 3-0 now on the Ottawa Senators. Florida beats the Lightning 2-0. They're up 2-0 in their series. And on the NBA side of things, the Nuggets get blasted by the Clippers. LA goes up 2-1 in that series. The Thunder had the biggest comeback in NBA playoff history from halftime. They were down 26 to the Grizzlies. They come back and win to take a 3-0 series lead over Memphis. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Tell us about Ray Davis, your connection to him, what you know about the Buffalo Bills through Ray Davis. He had a bunch of eyeball emojis when he knew that you were being selected on social media.
Tell Ray Davis I'm moving in. That's like my brother, though. Like, he was on the call with Coach Merrill when I got picked, and I'm just so happy to be reunited with him. That's a great teammate, and I know that he's going to be someone that, hey, I can ask a bunch of questions with, and he's going to help me out. He's going to guide me, and we're going to ball together. I can't wait.
Sal Capaccio, he'll join us here on the Wester Hotline. Draft day number 2. We're on it. Jeremy and Joe, we're up early. If you're watching us on the feed, how do we look? Do we look like we're up till past midnight?
Past midnight,
at a party?
Yeah.
Sal,
I feel good. I mean, the crash comes after, I usually have found.
I was texting Sal, what time to come on. I'm like, Sal, I know it's a late night for you as well, Sal. So we're all up early after round 1, ready for round 2. Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, my sincere apologies. You did text me last night, and it was like kind of in the middle of the night, like the draft night, and I had my phone on silent because of, we're in the media room and you want to be respectful. So I saw it. I never responded right away. And then later in the night, I saw you text me again, like, hey, what time do you want to come on? I'm like, oh, geez, it was past midnight. So I'm glad you saw it this morning. And then you definitely don't want to see me this morning.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that I'm not on the video stream because I left. I actually did a video. I posted it at Sal Sports on my social feed. It was 1:40 a.m. when I left the parking lot. So I got home at about 2 a.m. last night.
Yeah, those of you covering this and doing like the post-game, post-draft on these late picks, much respect. All right, Sal, so Max Hairston, what did you learn about the Bills' first-round pick? And I think there's a pretty good consensus that the way the board fell, 10 linemen, defensive linemen go before they pick, that had kind of been picked over and that corner was going to be the spot that they leaned to, whether it was Trey Amos or Max Hairston, who was a guy that was pegged in the first round quite a bit in mock drafts. It ends up being Hairston with the way it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I had pegged them to take a defensive lineman, but corner was certainly always in the mix, and we never know what would have happened if a couple defensive linemen fell, but this is what happened. The board winds up falling a certain way. And I just go back to what Brandon Bean and Sean McDermott said at the end of season press conference about adding speed and adding playmakers. They've kind of always said that they need to do that on this team. And that's what Max Hairston is. He is the fastest player in the draft, at least the fastest at the NFL Combine. Ran a 4.2840. He was very productive 2 years ago. Not as productive as far as numbers last year. In 2023, he was second in all of FBS, and he led the SEC with 5 interceptions. He took 2 to the house. This is a playmaker, and that's what they drafted. He's a very, very fast playmaker. So you ask, why did he drop down? Why wasn't he listed higher? A couple things. Number one, as Brandon Beane points out, which is right, he's a little bit on the smaller side. He played probably about 190. He told us last night he's at 192, I believe. Brandon Beane said if he's taller and he's bigger, he probably is a guy that's considered and goes a lot higher. But number two, I think it's because his run support has been the question. And anytime someone will bring up Maxwell Hairston to me, I would say, hey, fantastic player. I don't know if that fits what the Bills want in their corners, because the Bills really like to have guys who are very good against the run, or at least willing to participate. That's what we found out about Max and why they were able to draft him, guys, which is, as much as it kind of goes against a lot of their philosophy that corners need to be able to tackle, it's really more about willing to be able to tackle. And Brandon Beane made no bones about it last night. He said he's a willing tackler. He gets big boyed sometimes, and he's going to get in our weight room, and he'll be better at that. So I think when you add all that up, you understand why the Bills made this selection.
I also, there's an injury that happens along the way, shoulder injury, and I think it was even a complication from kind of a botching of the treatment, whatever. He had a couple of missed tackles in big games, Sal, but from what I read about him, that's really more of there were a couple of bad games post-injury where that showed up, but before that, it was not really a concern. It's almost like the story about being a tackler that might need work is almost something that through the process, when you're picking these guys apart, you found, there might be an issue with tackling, when in reality, the year before, no one had thought that about this guy.
No, that's right. And look, I mean, he's a cornerback. Yes, tackling's important. It's not his primary job, right? He's not a linebacker. He's a corner. So I think you have to, as a team, kind of weigh all of that and say, well, it's not his primary job. And if he makes a lot of plays at corner, but he misses some tackles, can we live with that? And I think you're going to have to here. And you might have to live with that during the season, especially if he plays early on, which we can talk about, where he fits in. But I think the Bills just felt this is too good of a playmaker, too fast of a player who can make plays on the field and fit what we need to add to this defense. I mean, I think Brandon Beane's quote is telling when he comes out, and I wrote about this at WGR550.com. He was just very honest. He said he adds something to our room we didn't have: speed. I mean, he's just being honest about his room, and they had to do that, and that's what they made sure they got.
Yeah, not only did he kind of phrase it as though it's something we haven't had too. Thought I saw that in the quote, but I saw it on Twitter that it's something they haven't had, and maybe they've tried for it. And Trey White was not slow by any means when he was playing at his best. Kyrie Elam had speed, but he was a 4.39 guy, not near 4.28. So the level of speed that he brings, I don't think of a defensive back that they've had that can really touch it. And what that could do for them, Sal, I don't know, I don't really think of them as having problems with, really, their track record against guys like Tyreek Hill has actually been great. So it's not like this utter weakness. The Bills haven't been able to cover speed guys, but, We'll talk about matchups against Worthy, I'm sure, when they play Kansas City, or Hill when they play Miami again. And, it's another chess piece, right? A guy that can cover those speed receivers.
Yeah, and I think, if you go back, there's some highlights or some clips of him covering Isaiah Bond when they played against each other against Texas. And that's a good comparison. Isaiah Bond's obviously very, very fast as well. But you're right, Joe. I mean, when you take some of these receivers they're going to play in the season, and you take Xavier Worthy, obviously there's some speed on some of these, Tyreek Hill, the Miami Dolphins, but you're going to be facing teams that are going to throw the ball, great quarterbacks, a lot of speed, and now you have an ability to match up. He's a versatile scheme guy. So if you want to match up and say, in certain situations, he's going to go man-to-man on some of these really fast guys, or he just sticks in zone or whatever. That's fine. I think the Bills are very comfortable. I asked Brandon Beane about that. He said he can play both. He's done both. I asked Max Hairston about that. He said he can play both. he's done both, so he fits right there. And by the way, I'm calling him Max Hairston because he said he prefers Max.
Yep.
Just so everybody knows. I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be a big deal to call him Maxwell, but just so we're all clear, we did ask him specifically last night, do you prefer Maxwell or Max? And he said, I prefer Max.
Yeah. What did Bean say, if anything, Sal, last night about his role right away and his opportunity to start right away?
Well, it's going to be a competition. He's going to be in the mix to start. It's going to be a competition opposite Christian Benford. And I remember last week, Brandon Bean saying that Dane Jackson is looking forward to, competing for that starting role. And then they signed Tre'Davious White, or maybe he's right after the Tre'Davious White, and that's why we were talking to him about it. This is going to be a competition. It's 3 guys, basically. Maybe 4 if you want to count Jamarcus Ingram. I would never count him out. I think he's been in the system 3 years. He's a different kind of player who can do some different things for them. But there was really 4 guys competing for one spot. And that's Max Hairston, Tre'Davious White, Dane Jackson, and Jamarcus Ingram. Now, I think when you take a guy in the first round, a lot of people are going to be expecting him, especially looking at the age and situation with a guy like Tre'Davious White or Dane Jackson. You expect that Hairston will start, and as a fan, you say if he doesn't, then that's kind of disappointing. I totally understand that. But I think you also have to give some space to, he is a rookie, he's coming in, and he's going to have to compete against veterans who know this system very well. If it's not day 1, maybe it's week 4, maybe it's week 5. I mean, Kyrie Elam was drafted in the first round, and we know that didn't go well at all. But at the time, you weren't thinking necessarily we'd get to where it ended up. But he didn't start because Christian Benford wound up beating him out. The other thing I really like, guys, about this is, let's just say he really can play, and he becomes a really solid guy, and a contributor right away, a starter. You just signed Christian Benford to a 4-year extension. So that means he's under contract for 5 more years. You can have Max Hairston for 5 years. He has a 5th-year option. So if he's pretty good, you can literally, now you have your 2 corners for the next 5 years on this team.
Yeah, they could be creative with it, too. Elam, I was actually looking at this last night because I thought I remembered him playing in that opener against the Rams, but you're right, he didn't start. But the Bills, I saw they kind of mixed it up. They found ways to get him in there. He played 44% of the snaps that day, that first game, where he didn't start. It was Benford. The next week, he played 66%, still didn't start. So, I mean, Hairston, I wonder if... It's not. That's the thing, though. It's not usually a rotational position, though, right? That those couple weeks that happened with Elam, maybe that's the only example that I can think of where that happened.
Yeah, and listen, I remember last year, and I've used the example many times, guys, where when the Bills drafted Cole Bishop in the 2nd round, and I tweeted out, and I've talked about this, and said, okay, Cole Bishop, I don't see him starting right away, and a lot of people were mad, and Bills fans were like, come on, give me a break, 2nd round, you got to start. I mean, it's not easy to walk onto a team that's been to an AFC championship game in this case, or, has been a division winner for the last several years and just become a starter. It's not easy. But this is a spot that's open. And it's really, to me, maybe the only true spot on the entire roster that's open, right? I mean, I've been saying defensive tackle is, but that's a rotational piece. This is the one spot on the entire roster where you could look around, lay out a depth chart, and go, where do we not really know who the starter is? Because even at defensive tackle, it's Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver. You can add a rotational piece in Dwayne Carter. But here, is Tre'Davious White starting? Is Dane Jackson? I mean, so much so that last week I put a poll up about this. I said, what's your depth chart at corner right now? Because we didn't know. So right now, he's going to come in. He's going to have an opportunity to compete right away for a starting job.
Sal Capaccio on Max Hairston, Bills corner, who was selected with the 30th overall selection. On to day 2, the Bills pick number 56 and 62. If they want to move up, I was laying this out, Sal, just mathematically, they can kind of go anywhere they want in this round. As long as they have a willing trade partner, they'll have the ammunition. It's significantly less expensive to move up in the 2nd than the 1st. So how aggressively will they seek defensive tackle? I would be inclined to think maybe not that aggressively, because if there's a defensive tackle that was in this ballpark, they probably take that guy. 10 guys go off the board. We'll see. How do you see this playing out from here? Defensive tackle, defensive end, receiver. They have 2 picks in round 2 and none in round 3.
I'd still be surprised if they draft offense. It's certainly possible. Once the board starts falling, you just never know how things are going to wind up, right? You look at a guy and go, okay, well, we can't pass up on this guy. I'd still be surprised if that's the case. I mean, Luther Burden is still out there. I know that's a favorite of Mike Schopp and a lot of other people out there. But I still think they're going to attack defensive line most likely and, defense overall. When the Bills were on the clock at 30, as soon as it got to them, Sure, Max Hairston, jumped into my mind. He's a guy. Will Johnson was another guy. I mean, he's still out there. Now, now that you have Max Hairston, it's a discussion. Could you go out and get a guy like Will Johnson who you say, okay, he doesn't have to start right away. We can deal with the knee. But the fact that he fell so far, guys, and he's out of the first round, the fact that Jim Harbaugh, his college coach who brought him to Michigan, did not take him, kind of tells me that there's real concern there about Will Johnson, right? But if you're a team like the Bills and you now have Max Hairston in the fold, you don't have to have Will Johnson come in and be the starter. You've already drafted over him. Does that become a possibility? When the Bills were on the clock, as I was saying, the guy I was thinking of that really came into play there was Donovan Azaraku. Azaraku.
Yeah.
I looked this up several times. Azaraku. 16 and a half sacks last year, right? I mean, at BC. I think that's a guy that comes into play if you get there and, he's still on the board. Or, as you say, maybe you trade up. Obviously, there's some real big concerns with Mike Green, the edge rusher, but he is still, and that's probably why he's still available, but he's a player. Nick Emenwari, this goes back to the thing we talked about yesterday with safety. You guys know I've just never believed they were going to draft safety, and I still don't believe that would be the case. But if you're going to do it, I think it makes more sense now for a guy that, just like I said last year about Cole Bishop, you don't have to have him come in right away. This is a second-round pick. If you think you can use him as a chess piece, then I think that they'd be more open to it. But I do believe defensive line, defensive tackle. I think Darius Alexander's a guy you could look at from Toledo. He's a guy that can play the one technique. He's a super good athlete that could play there, but not quite the anchor. But I think he's a guy that could come in the mix as well.
You want to know who one of the pro comps I saw for Alexander? ESPN has his pro comp is Larry Ogunjobi. So
there you go, right?
Hey,
yeah.
we like a player like that.
That's right.
So
Do you know what the only thing about him, Jeremy? Though I think he's 25 years old. That's
okay.
that is and you're going to get that sometimes. I mean, Ray Davis is 25 years old, right? So I mean that happens now.
Meanwhile,
the COVID players.
Max Hairston is 21. Like, he's really young.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Bills have, they have some younger players now on the team. We talk about Keon Coleman a lot and how young he is, obviously. And you're going to get a wide range now due to COVID and transfers and all those kinds of things. But one thing you'll notice, I don't know if people have gotten a chance to watch the Zoom call with Max Hairston or listen to it at all. I know you played the clip coming in, but he's a ball of energy. I'll say that.
Yep.
And he's not just fast on the field. He's just kind of fast the way he is about everything, it seems, in his life, and in a good way. Super positive. I believe there's some clips I've seen. He was actually like hugging every other person who got drafted. Like he was the first guy to be dapping him up and hugging them. Like he was just a part of it. He just wanted the experience for him was really awesome. And that was great. So when we get him on the Zoom call last night, I noticed on his PR notes that the Bills handed out, it said his nickname is Mad Max. So I asked him about that, and he said that's absolutely true. He said when he was in Little League, he was smaller but a ball of energy, so he got the nickname Mad Max.
Yeah.
Like it.
You mentioned defensive tackle, Sal. I want to ask you about, you talk about Johnson and the injury stuff there. The Bills at defensive tackle, they need a guy to play. And I've been thinking about this Deion Walker from Kentucky, who's huge, 6'7", 330. Joe Marino, we had on Wednesday, he's not a fan of this player. He thinks the Bills should stay away. But they did have him in on a visit, and he had the stress fracture in his back last year. And I was wondering about him for them because here's Ogunjobi, who's not, probably going to play a ton of one technique, but he has, and that's an option for you, and he's gone for 6 games. And how much do you think whoever they were to draft at defensive tackle would be with a mind to, well, this guy's, we want him to have an ability to play right away. And if he's got an injury concern that, you know what I mean? Like, we don't want him missing the first 6 games. We're already without a guy.
Absolutely have to, Joe. I mean, anybody they bring in at defensive tackle right now really has got to play. Anybody who they bring in the first half of the draft, he's making the team. Like, you're not cutting a second, third, or fourth round pick. And what happens when you make the team at defensive tackle? You're only keeping 4 guys, maybe 5, but 4 are active on game day. So anybody they draft right now, in the top half of the draft at that position, he's playing right away. So you're right. You have to be able to play. It's just not an option. You're not taking a guy because what is the option? He just doesn't make the team because then, I mean, you could make him an inactive on game day, but that you need to have a guy step right in. I would even go so far as to say that if they go and after the draft get a couple of veterans, those guys might be in the mix to have to play because that's what the Bills do at that position. Right now, you have Daquan Jones, Ed Oliver, and Dwayne Carter. That is it. No disrespect to Zion Logue. Unless you think he's going to make the team, which is fine, he's a practice squad guy from last year who they did re-sign to a futures contract. But anybody you draft now is you're taking and you're pushing Zion Logue down the board.
That was a little sloppy there by me. What I mean is, or what I meant to say is that they might be less likely to take a guy like Walker who has availability questions because they're going to need to rely on this player for the first 2 months of the season.
Understood.
Yeah.
A guy I've heard is TJ Sanders. I don't know. I mean, he's just about 300 pounds, right? I mean, again, I'm looking at guys. I just said Darius Alexander. He's just a little over 300.
Yeah.
I still think they want a bigger bodied guy. But you're right. I mean, you take a guy like that who's a bigger guy who, fits the profile. But I think that you don't have the ability or the space here to ramp him up, and wait on him.
We got to call Eric and Elma. The comment on the screen's interesting. I want to get him in before we let you go, Sal. Go ahead, Eric. You're up.
Hey, thanks for taking my question. My question's about more like the nature of the draft. So we go back 2 years ago. We see a lot of the offenses are very pass-heavy. The following draft, you see, there's not a single defensive player drafted. I forget how long, but it was a while. You see a ton of wide receivers taken off the top. The next year, you fast forward, a lot of the most successful offenses were a lot of the run-heavy offenses, the Eagles, the Lions, us. Consequently, the next draft, you see a lot of tackle taken, a lot of defensive players. How much of who's taken in the first round of the draft is truly, the best available versus being kind of reactionary towards what we're seeing in the NFL?
Thanks, Eric.
It's a good question. Yeah. I would say it this way, and I've said this for many years. Football is cyclical. That's what it is. I remember Bulldog and Show, they'll tell you this story. I mean, when I kind of first started at WGR and in my role, and we talked a lot about this for middle linebacker more than anything, which is middle linebacker was just starting to get smaller, and they were using these hybrid players, and they were using flex tight ends, and we were talking about how, man, you're just going to a much smaller type of player. And then all of a sudden, because defenses got smaller, what did offenses start doing recently? Yeah. Now they're getting bigger. Running backs are coming in. You're pounding the ball a little bit more. 6 offensive linemen for the Bills. I think this goes to the question that the caller is asking, which is you got to be reacting to what the trends are in the league. There's no doubt about that. And I think that does happen. But when it comes to BPA, best player available, I always say it's not truly best player available. If the best player available is a quarterback, the Bills aren't drafting a quarterback, right? It's got to be best player available as long, ... as long as it's at a position that you can actually use him.
Yeah. The thing I would say about the evolution of the draft, we could make it cyclical about the positions and the types. What I think it really has become is a reflection of the surplus you can get by the valuable positions. Why did receiver move up the board and why did running back move down the board? It's because you save a lot more money by going receiver. Same with defensive end and corner, and tackle is one of these as well. You've got like your 6 real big money positions. Quarterbacks moved to the top 3 almost exclusively. And if they're not there, it's more of a reflection of the class itself. So you could see that about receiver. You can see that about quarterback this year, that there just weren't guys worthy of those picks up that high. So I think what you can look at more than anything is the salary and the surplus you get with the selection.
You know, it's funny, Jeremy. I think receiver is the best point for this. You're right, because, I mean, look at the incredible receiving classes we've seen over the last several years. Yeah. Suddenly, it's just not like that this year.
All right, wait till Jeremiah Smith comes out in Ohio State in that class.
Right, yes.
There's going to be a class in 2 years where there's going to be 7 more go. So, yeah, a little bit cyclical. But thanks, Eric. That's a great question. Thanks for bringing it up. Sal, thank you very much. On to round 2 tonight. We'll be listening. We're excited.
All right, guys, you got it. We'll talk to you a little bit later on the Extra Point Show at 10.
Very good. Sal's up with the Extra Point Show. Round 2 of the draft as well. When we return, so I found something about Maxwell Harrison. I said earlier that there's a little bit of Kaiir Elam 2.0 here. Not anywhere comparing the players, but just the approach. Second time the Bills are using a first-round pick on a corner 2. Found something from a scout that will illustrate how different Hairston is from Elam based on something we saw out of Elam that you all might remember right away when he got here. That on Hairston next. Jeremy White here for Encore Golf. Going golfing today. What better way between rounds 1 and 2 than to hit the links? I've got my Vero X1s ready. I'm going to dominate these 3 over here. Just gonna wipe the floor with these 3 as we're all going out golfing this afternoon. And I'll give them some X1s as well. Switching golf balls, maybe it's not something you think about. You probably just grab the same ones you've always played. But Encore's Vero X1s, for me, I mean, they've helped my game quite a bit. And whether you're playing the X1 or the X2 or one of the other options, go to EncoreGolf.com. Encore's out to make the best ball in the game. Technology, engineering, performance, they do all that work so your game gets better. Your shots off the tee are straighter. Your spin, your feel is better. Your distance is what you want. And the challenge to you is stock up on Encore golf balls. Grab a dozen. Grab a dozen Encore golf balls. Try them once. See the difference in feel, spin, distance, and you'll have your new go-to. Go to EncoreGolf.com. Stop by their downtown headquarters. Not just Buffalo's golf ball. It's one of the best golf balls on the market and always seeking to get better. Encore Golf, congratulations. You just became a better golfer.
Max Hairston is the Bills' selection at number 30 in round 1. Cornerback out of Kentucky. Fastest player at the Combine this year in a 4.28 40 time. You can catch the GM Brandon Bean's comments on Hairston in full on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills with 2 selections tonight in round number 2. The second round gets rolling. It's about 7 o'clock, rounds 2 and 3. Bills don't have a third-round pick. They have a bunch of force, though, so have enough ammo if they want to move up into the third round. They could. Elsewhere in the first round, Travis Hunter to the Jaguars at number 2. Jacksonville moves up from 5 to 2, took their first-round pick next year in a second to be able to move up for that pick. Miami takes Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan that some had talked about for the Bills and mocked to the Bills. He goes a little earlier than some thought to Miami. Amika Egbuka, an interesting pick to Tampa. Wide receiver out of Ohio State at number 19. The Chargers took a running back, Omarion Hampton, at number 22, all leading up to when the Bills took Hairston at number 30. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Toronto takes a commanding 3-0 lead over Ottawa with an overtime win, 3-2. Florida beats the Lightning 2-0, which is also their lead in the series at the moment. The Wild take a 2-1 series lead on Vegas with a 5-2 win, and St. Louis blows out Winnipeg 7-2. Winnipeg, though, still leads that series. In the NBA last night, the Knicks win by 2. They're up in the series now. Thunder had the biggest comeback in NBA history at halftime. They were down 26. They come back to win to go up 3-0 on Memphis. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think just the speed he brings, the recovery speed, like the play where he was going against Isaiah Bond. I don't know if you had on that channel. It was on upstairs. Isaiah Bond runs a post, and he's got him a couple steps on him, and he just swivels around and just takes off and breaks it up. It's hard to have recovery speed like that. You know, when you're talking, some guys run fast, like they run track fast, but they don't play fast. You see I don't know if I could say 4.26, but you saw 4.3 on film as a player, and you're always looking to add speed as long as the football player matches it.
Brandon Bean on Max Hairston. He's not saying like you could tell the difference between 4.26 speed and 4.3 speed on film, is he? I don't think so. But hey,
it'd be a little tight to figure that out.
The margins are tough there.
Yeah.
Can I get a small? I'm fine with this pick. Can I just have a small thing here before I read you some good news on Hairston that I teased?
Okay.
Do you think the Bills, when they're watching all these receivers run crazy fast down the field, and they're like, look at these defensive backs keeping up with these guys? You ever think like, what if we got one of the receiver guys that did that? What if we took that guy?
Right.
Get the guy that's chasing him. Is this their
right? Because he is speaking to the value of
the field stretcher,
while making the point about why Hairston is valuable.
Yes,
yeah.
I think they'll get their field stretcher. Maybe they end up getting the guy he covers. Maybe they get Isaiah Bond. Is this? I mean,
you can believe all you want they're going to get their field stretcher. I will believe when I see it that they're going to. They have not landed a field stretcher in 6 years of consequence.
Yep.
But maybe here's a speed pick that makes the team faster at an important position. So if they see the value in that, then maybe they'll see the value in a receiver at some point. But I'm believe it when I see it.
So all right, I teased something at the break that this pick of Hairston is very different than Kaiir Elam in one very specific way. Like you mentioned, Elam was a man press corner. This guy's more of a zone corner. So that's part of it. Tyler Dunn tweeted after the pick about Hairston, ranked corner number 3 in his rankings by the scouts, and he talked to a couple of scouts who gave him this, which this immediately jumped out at me as something, if you follow the Bills closely and you followed Kaiir Elam in his track here, this is specific. Ready for this, Joe? His style translates quickly to the NFL. Most guys have to learn to play without using their hands all the time. That's how he already plays. You see so many flags on the young guys because they grab people all the time because of the college rules. This guy is really quick with his feet. That's from a scout. What do you remember about Elam?
Boxing gloves.
They put oven mitts on him.
Or oven mitts.
Or
yeah.
what? It might have been boxing gloves.
It might have been both, honestly.
They put mitts on him so he'd stop holding.
Yeah.
In his first training camp. And
he took holding penalties when he played. Yeah.
He played with his hands a lot. He could never get away with it. And I can remember when Elam had those gloves on to stop him from holding, we talked about whether or not that was embarrassing for him. And if you felt bad for him, that it was so bad, we're going to make you wear these in practice.
Right.
And here's a scout on Hairston saying, you don't have to worry about that with him. He's not a handsy guy. He wins with his feet.
Yeah.
So,
that's good.
Right.
That sounds great.
To me, that is a very a scout look into why this player is a different player than the last time you drafted a corner at about this spot. First round, corner 2. Elam was a little bit higher, of course. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on today. So what could the Bills do today? They have picks 56 and 62, defensive tackle, defensive end. Sal says he still doesn't think receiver could be in the mix there. They don't have a third-round pick. They do not. There's a big gap, and maybe they look to trade down so they can close that gap between picks, or maybe they try to move their fourths and move up. But they can go anywhere they want in the second round if they're willing to package their 2-2s. They could get back into the third round with a pick slide. Like, now is the spot where the Bills have ammo, a good amount of it. 2 fourths, 2 fifths, 3 sixths, and the 2-2s.
Yeah. They'll go from 62 to 109 without making a pick, without any sort of trade or anything. Here's an idea. Chris Trapasso just dropped his mock draft for today on round 2 and round 3. Chris Trapasso, CBS Sports, on with the afternoon guys all the time. He has the Bills doing a little bit of the old double dip.
Okay.
At 56, he has the Bills taking T.J. Sanders, defensive tackle, who's more of a penetrator.
Okay.
6'4", 297 is his size. And then 6 picks later at 62, he has them taking Alfred Collins, defensive tackle from Texas, who is 6'6", 332.
Okay.
So 2 different interior defensive linemen in round number 2. A double dip. That's what Chris has for them today.
And receiver goes to the 4th round, which I think is likely.
Right. Yeah, the receivers around them, like guys go right. Jalen Noel goes right before they would be on the clock. He does not have actually a lot of receivers that go in the second round. Trey Harris went a little bit earlier in the second round.
Okay.
I'm sure he's got Luther Bird in here somewhere. Oh, there he is, way at the top with Tennessee. New weapon for Cam Ward. If they, I mean, that's not my favorite idea. I understand it if they do it, and there is a need for somebody to play right away at that position, and for the long term too. I would definitely prefer a corner, and I think I would still prefer an edge rusher if they can get it. Might be a certain type. They love Landon Jackson, we think.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. Could be an edge rusher, Landon Jackson, if he makes it that far.
That's a guy to watch for today, Landon Jackson. Nick Scorton, the other Texas A&M guy, someone they've met with. So there are a couple edge guys that they have spent some time with.
We don't really look at the division too closely. We went over that. The Patriots go offensive line, Jets go offensive line, Dolphins go defensive line. How about the neighborhood, right? That's Chiefs, Ravens. Yeah. You want to include Bengals. You want to include what?
The Bengals drafted a guy who has 4.5 sacks for his career.
Yep, the Bengals drafted the tools, physical freak edge rusher Shamar Stewart, who does not have a big production.
There should have been a Shamar Stewart graph or chart that just goes in place of your free agency chart, which is if your team drafts Shamar Stewart, like, look at all these tools, he's going to be amazing. Another team drafts Shamar Stewart, like, you idiots drafted a player who had 4 sacks in college for his career, by the way.
The Ravens go safety, Malachi Starks. The Chiefs, who had a terrible offensive line, get a tackle. The Chargers, Omarion Hampton, running back for them. Steelers defensive tackle. Remember, the Steelers reportedly had a first-round grade on a quarterback, and they did not take him. There you go. So they had a first-round grade on Jackson Dart, and they did not take him.
Yeah, well, was it a quarterback other than Cam Ward? Are they going to try to be cute here and say, oh, yeah, Cam Ward was the guy we had a first-round grade on?
No, Jerry Dulac in Pittsburgh reported it was Jackson Dart.
It was Jackson Dart.
They have a first-round grade on Jackson Dart, and they did not take him.
They passed on him?
They took a defensive tackle.
Team is just not
They do not have a second-round pick.
It's just not a serious organization.
What are you going to do? If you're Pittsburgh, what are you going to do? You're not going to get your hands on one of these quarterbacks unless you...
I'm telling you, they're going to start Mason Rudolph.
Or...
They are.
Rodgers. Or Rodgers is really going to happen.
I wonder if Tomlin...
Rodgers was waiting to see what they did, and they decided to go defensive tackle and bring in Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers will be there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder if Tomlin is put off at all by the Rodgers, Aaron Glenn stuff. I don't know. Just him kind of openly criticizing a coach in the media. Tomlin doesn't have to care about that. Just, you know what coaches are. Like, I wonder if that would matter to him at all. But, yes, no, still that would be one of the more likely outcomes, I would think, for them. The Chargers picking a running back in the first round, I get it. It's not that surprising that Harbaugh would do it.
No.
He's a good prospect.
For fantasy football, I mean, that is a dream landing spot.
It's a great spot for him.
A physical back like Hampton in a Harbaugh offense is like... I mean, listen, Ashton Ginty was always going to be 1.1 in Dynasty Fantasy. He goes to the Raiders, which is a great spot.
Yeah.
And then Hampton probably solidifies 1.2. If it's not Travis Hunter, who gets a good landing spot in Jacksonville. Tet McMillan to Carolina.
Mm-hmm. The Chargers also, by the way, had signed Najee Harris 1 year, $5.5 million during the summer. If I were in LA, they're not doing a bad job. It's just I would be curious to see how it's going to work. What their plan is to get the most out of Herbert, and maybe they think they could be reacting to the playoff game. The playoff game was it looked like it was all on Justin Herbert's shoulders, and he threw a bunch of picks, and they didn't seem like he had a lot of help. So Lad McConkey in year 2, they're saying the way we're going to help him is we're going to give him a run game that's going to strike fear into people. All right, good teams have made it work. They're typically a good team.
Who had the best night?
The best night is going to be, I love what Jacksonville did. Who had the best night?
I saw ESPN did which contender helped itself the most. So the teams that are picking like 25 and on.
Yeah.
And there were 3 suggestions. One was Baltimore, one was Kansas City, one was Philadelphia. And the Bills pick here, I think it makes a lot of sense for Bills fans. I don't know that Max Hairston is anybody that nationally grabs the draft world and says, "Oh, the Bills have done it." Again,
he might be out of 30 players that were drafted yesterday. Like, where would he rank in terms of how much talk he'll get today nationally? Like 27th,
maybe.
Like, he's going to be pretty low on that.
But that doesn't really mean anything. Not that you're saying that. Like, right? He's not a controversial pick. He's not a freak athlete pick. He's really fast and looks pretty good.
I think the Giants had the best night that they could. That's kind of cheating because they did pick after 25, right?
Yeah.
But they're not a contender.
They had 2 firsts. I mean,
they had 2 firsts.
The other teams that drafted twice in the first, the Falcons, and the Falcons are getting roasted because they traded a future first-round pick to draft 25th, which, by the way...
26, but yeah.
26, okay, 26. I'd like to say something, a rule. I'd like to make a rule in NFL evaluation. You are not allowed to say the Rams did a good job getting an additional first. A team called them and said, "We'll give you a first-round pick," and they said, "Okay." When there's a trade in your Dynasty Fantasy League and your buddy gives up way too much and gives up an extra first, you don't call the guy that got the extra first and say, "Wow, really good job getting that first-round pick." You mock the team that gave it up. So, no, the Rams didn't do a good job. They were on the other end of the phone. Which, by the way, had the Falcons called any other teams ahead of that? Because if so, maybe the Rams do deserve credit. Because are you telling me the other teams didn't accept a future first for the 24th pick, the 25th pick?
Yeah, that trade, I even looked to see what it does on value charts. It's interesting to me how it's framed because I almost want to think of that trade a little differently because they moved. That's a late second-round pick.
That's right. They moved a full round.
What they really did is they swapped a first this year for a first next year in exchange for a second-round pick.
Right.
That's kind of what they did. And actually, really, it wasn't even just that because didn't LA get a third-round pick back also? I think they did. Number 101, is that in the third round? I think that is.
Yeah.
So really, just to move your first-round pick a year, they moved up from the third to the second. Frame it that way and see how you feel about it.
Do the value chart on it.
I want to do the value chart because that is kind of what they did. They moved the first a year back, and to do that, they moved up from round 3 to round 2.
The Rams.
Yeah. In that way, it doesn't sound like as bad of an overpay.
No,
as,
they move,
but I'll look at the value
They
chart.
also moved their pick, and they are betting the Falcons. You might not do it for any team. I mean, it's a 26th pick, so the odds that it's higher if you're Atlanta, I mean, the Rams are probably going to be picking what, in the teens? We'll see. It depends on how good Michael Penix Jr. is.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-20550. Mr. Howard Simon joins us at 8 o'clock. He stopped by our draft party. We had a great time. Come out to Wayland. We'll be there tonight. Wayland Brewing in Orchard Park for round 2. It's not a ticketed event. You just kind of show up. There's a draft-themed menu. They've got a special going. So join us at Wayland. We'll grab some beer, grab some food, and get 2 picks. Double-dip defensive tackle, according to Chris Trapasso.
Yeah.
All right, the big man Barge is about to pull in, according to him. 803-0550, what you want in round 2, what you think of round 1. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. They're online at russellsny.com. When it comes to your garden space, whether it's something small, you could do anything from window boxes to a whole yard and landscaping with a row of trees that you need, Russell's is going to have it for you. Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm has lots of options for tall trees, shade trees, bush options when it comes to boxwoods or hydrangeas, shrubs, all that. If you need annuals, you need perennials. Like the season, of course, matters. And this is the time of year where maybe you're trimming back and doing your pruning and starting to plan for what you're going to do. Well, talk to the Ready to Grow pros at Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm because they can get you ready to grow. Need mulch? They can deliver it for you. A minimum 3-yard order of their brown, red, or black mulch can be delivered right to you so you can do the landscaping and whatever you need. Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm, when it comes to variety, when it comes to the quality as well, that matters. And Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm has all of it for you. Garden decor, pavers, stone, all of it. Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. Transit near North French in East Amherst. Online at russellsny.com. Hey, we had a great time at the draft party at Resurgence. Thanks again to them for hosting. A lot of good times.
Yeah, it was really fun.
I got a shirt from 26 Shirts. I should have worn it today. Like a
Nice.
short sleeve button down with hot sauce and buffaloes on it, and I liked it.
Had some good food. I didn't get to the putting green, though. Forgot about that. I thought about that when we were leaving.
I had some pizza.
Yeah, the pizza was great.
It was very good. So thanks to Resurgence on a great draft party and everybody that made it happen. We'll be out at Wayland tonight. Come on out. Southtowns, get there. Bills have the 56th and 62nd pick in the second round. Howard Simon, when we return, we were talking to him about the draft. We got his intel as he left the stadium and came to Resurgence for a bit. So I asked him about Max Hairston and where the Bills should go next. We'll check in with our friend, our dear old dad, Howard, coming up here on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. Accidents happen, and when they do, you don't just want anybody fixing your car. You want Clinton Collision. They've seen it all, whether it is serious body damage or, just a giant dent on your door, paint, glass repair. They've seen it all, and they've done it right. They'll handle the insurance side for you, too. Maybe even get you a loaner car while yours is in the shop. Get your car back to looking brand new. So be sure to skip the stress. Go with the pros at Clinton Collision on Clinton Street in Buffalo or online at clintoncollision.com. The Bills draft Max Hairston, cornerback from Kentucky, with their first-round pick at number 30 overall. He is very fast. 4.28 was the fastest 40 time that any player ran at the Combine, regardless of position. Brandon Beane talking about his speed and his recovery speed yesterday. He is a little bit smaller, so that's the deficiency for why he was available. But a speed corner in round 1 for the Bills. Today, they have 2 picks in round 2. It's rounds 2 and 3 tonight. The Bills do not have a third-round pick, but they have 2 in round 2, and they could get into the third round. They have a bunch of fourth-round picks, fifth-round picks, ammo to trade up if they want to. Nate Geary will lead coverage tonight here on WGR. Will be at Wayland, so if you want to come to our draft party tonight at Wayland Brewing in Orchard Park, no ticket needed. Come hang out, watch the Bills make a couple more picks. Elsewhere in round 1, Cam Ward, number 1 overall. No surprise to the Tennessee Titans. The Jaguars move up from number 5 to number 2. They used a first-round pick next year and a second-round pick to trade up those 3 spots and draft Travis Hunter. And they've said that he's going to play both positions. There was a Jaguars reporter that said the Jaguars are saying that he's going to play more at receiver, though, than corner. Some other notable picks around the first round. Ashton Jeanty, running back from Boise State, goes number 6 to the Raiders. Kenneth Grant from Michigan, defensive tackle, goes 13 to the Miami Dolphins. Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher from A&M, goes to the Bengals at number 17. Matthew Golden at wide receiver to Green Bay at number 23. And the other quarterback in the first round, Jackson Dart, Ole Miss, goes to the Giants at number 25. Last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Leafs take a 3-0 series lead over Ottawa with an overtime win. The Golden Knights find themselves down 2-1 after losing to Minnesota last night. St. Louis blowing out Winnipeg, but they still trail in the series 2-1 as well. In the NBA, the Knicks squeak past the Pistons 118-116. They lead the series 2-1. The Thunder had the biggest comeback at halftime in NBA playoff history. They were down 26. They beat the Grizzlies. They're up 3-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Brings a lot of juice, good teammate. These are things people have said about Howard Simon in the past. He joins us on the Wester Hotline. I never said those things, but people have told me.
That's good. I don't remember you ever saying those things about me.
We saw you last night at the draft party. It was wonderful to see you as always. Good morning, Howard. Jeremy and Joe with Howard Simon.
I loved your wide receiver shirt. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, wasn't
maybe
nice
tonight,
shirt.
huh?
Maybe tonight. We think maybe double dip at defensive tackle, defensive end could be in the mix. We'll see.
Yep.
No wide receiver in round 1. Not a surprise. Instead, a guy that chases wide receivers. It's Max Hairston, Howard. So as the board was falling the way that it did, let's talk about this. The Bills' pick of Hairston. They go for corner 2, if we're going to, kind of number them that way, getting a speedy guy who is going to be, I guess they have eyes on him taking away other teams' speed receivers.
It made perfect sense, right? I mean, in terms of needs, I know you don't draft by need. You go best player available, yeah. But in terms of need, it was the one glaring need going into the draft last night, right? There were just some years you look at it and go, boy, they really need to fill one position more than any other. It was cornerback. So it made perfect sense. I listened to what Brandon Beane said, and there's a lot of things to like about Hairston. There's a couple things. Joe mentioned one of them. not the biggest guy in the world, not the greatest tackler at this point in his career, but there's a lot to like about him, and it made sense on a number of different levels because that's the one spot the Bills had to seriously address in terms of finding a guy who could be, if not starter right away, someone who's going to start fairly early in his career.
Yeah, I wonder. You kind of don't know how to feel. I don't know. Maybe you know how to feel about Tre'Davious White. He comes back and people are happy. Trey White's back. We love everything about Trey White. The question is, how healthy can he be? What kind of form can he be in? And when he signs, I feel like there's raising of the floor with Trey White and Dane Jackson. And we don't want to put too much pressure on Max Hairston to start right away, but Howard, I want him to start right away. I want this guy to be ready. Yeah. You've got months to go, and you would hope that he can be a first-round pick, can be ready to play, because most of these guys drafted last night are going to be playing for these teams.
No, me too. I mean, I think Trey White, to a lesser extent, Dane Jackson, are insurance purposes. When they signed Trey White, not one time, guys, that I think, well, there's your everyday starter opposite of Christian Benford. Don't worry about it. You can draft a corner, but he doesn't have to be ready at all in 2025. No, I think he needs to be ready. I'd like to see Hairston win the job out of training camp, and you have Trey White and Dane Jackson and Jamarcus Ingram, whoever you have back there, is depth. To me, I think Trey White's everyday playing days are long gone because of the injuries that he's had. I love the fact that he's here for two reasons. One, he can teach Hairston. Who better to learn from? Plus, it sounds like, heard you guys talking earlier about Hairston last night and his reactions and his infectious personality. Well, that is Trey White. So the two should mesh. I need Trey White to do a Vulcan mind meld with him and transfer everything he knows about playing the position to him. And if Hairston's not ready, I think it's probably maybe even a combination at cornerback of Trey White and Dane Jackson. Didn't the Bills used to do that? They rotated when Levi Wallace was here. I don't think there's a clear regular everyday starter at cornerback if Hairston's not ready come opening day.
Yeah. I looked up that first game Elam played against the Rams, it was a rotation. He didn't play any snaps on the first drive. He played on the second drive. So I don't know how much they've done that. It's kind of a reaction to Howard to the last game. Right, they have to play Elam. Benford goes out. They put Elam in, a player they clearly showed for years they did not trust. And what have they done this offseason? I mean, now they have a talented first-round rookie at that position and three guys that they trust around him at the position. I don't know. It feels like that maybe that was in their heads, is they had to play a guy they didn't trust in the last game of the year, and it really hurt them.
I think it was absolutely in their heads. Plus, if anything, if that didn't seal the deal as far as where they were going with their first pick in the draft, they obviously decided to, at this point, move on from Rasul Douglas. I know he's still out there, but he wasn't re-signed. I mean, they re-signed some guys, they extended some guys, and they didn't make a move to bring him back. So I think Elam sealed the deal, but you're looking at that game going, you had to look at that game going, well, Elam is a goner, right? There's no way he's going to be on the roster in 2025, which means they have to find somebody to play opposite of Benford. So, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I never ruled out somebody on the defensive line because McDermott and Bean are so big on building your teams up front. And I know you guys are going to have talked, and we'll continue to talk about day two. You can lock in a defensive lineman coming off the board at some point in round two for the Bills tonight. The cornerback made sense. It was a pressing need.
Yeah, well, the thing about what we've learned today is it's a little board specific. We pointed out 10 defensive linemen went off the board, but they've still only taken Ed Oliver in the first round. Right. In the middle of the defensive line. Yeah. And the only other defensive lineman they've taken, interior defensive lineman, is Dwayne Carter. It's a position they have...
In any round.
In any round. They have not invested heavily in...
Sorry, Phillips. Phillips the other one.
Harrison Phillips?
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
It is.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but they do not invest a lot in the position, and we thought first round would be the target here, and the board falls a different way. So the need, you want to talk pressing needs, Howard. I wonder if Bean will move up. We'll package future picks. We'll try to package a fourth or two. I mean, your 2/4 don't move you that much. It's 10 spots. So if there's a run on defensive tackles early in this second round and they can't get up, I'm not saying Bean's going to panic, but Bills fans might start to wonder, what is the plan? You don't have anything really there. And if another draft board kind of plays out and you passively miss it, I think people might get a little worried about what they're going to do with that position.
Yeah, I would be too, because I think they do need help at that position. I mean, I like Daquan Jones, but he's a free agent after next season. I'm not sure he's going to be back. And honestly, to your point about drafting, if you look at defensive tackle in recent seasons, the Bills' plan of operation has been bringing a bunch of veterans to 1 or 2 year deals and just keep changing the cast. It's Ed Oliver and then whoever outside of the drafting of Dwayne Carter. It's Ed Oliver, bunch of free agents. We'll keep turning that position over, which is why I think I thought they would try and get a defensive tackle last night, even though corner was a pressing need, because they haven't addressed it with a really good young player who you can lock in for the next 4 or 5, maybe beyond years. It's just been a rotation of veterans. So I would think that has to be the next biggest need for them. Yeah, you could talk edge rusher. We always talk wide receiver. I know some people talk about safety. I think they have to get a really good, promising young defensive tackle prospect who you can come in and go, we're good with Ed Oliver and this kid going forward for a number of years.
So if they do that tonight, one of the 2 picks is defensive tackle. Do you have a favorite for what the other one should be?
I mean, I'd like it to be wide receiver, some guy who runs Max Hairston fast. But
yeah, he's got to cover somebody at practice, right? I got to keep him fresh.
I was thinking what would be really cool is at training camp, when you guys are out there doing one of your shows, have you guys, the 2 of you guys, line up next to Hairston and run, not a 40, run the field, like the 100 yards, and see how much he beats you by.
Okay.
How many? Yeah, ballpark figure.
He'll beat me by 99 yards as I take one step and decide this race is over.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, better than me. I would have blown a hamstring by yard 5. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if they went defense with both positions, because I know they extended Rousseau, but if you look at edge, right, Epenesa's going into the final year of his contract. Bosa's only here for 1 year. I mean, the depth chart at edge rusher is so I honestly thought they could take the first 3 picks in this year's draft and put them all on defense.
Yeah.
Which is not, I know I could hear the excitement in your voice over that, Jeremy, but I'm trying to think like they think and not how I think. And I think, again, build your team from up front. Well, they've got some holes at defensive end that need to be fixed, too.
A lot of what you end up doing is how the board falls. I'm thinking back to the year where they didn't take Travis Etienne. They were linked to Etienne a million times. And all I really wanted was the Bills to pick with him still on the board so I could know, would you have taken that player? It's one of the things about the draft that we never really get. We never see their boards. We don't know what they would have done if XYZ. What do they do if Malachi Starks is on the board? Does he come in and go over the top of Taylor Rapp? I mean, they just drafted a corner to go over top of Tre'Davious White, who probably doesn't rate on the same level that Rapp does, but he's not off by that much. So would they have taken Starks? Would they have taken Matthew Golden? These are things like we kind of don't know. And as late as they are in this round, this is where the trade-up conversation comes in. To stick and pick means the board fell and you did what you did. I wonder how aggressive they get here. To me, that's the story of this second round as you lay out the glaring needs. 3 defensive players with the first 3 picks. I wouldn't even call that a surprise. I think that's probably normal for what expectations would be for them. Then we wonder if they could find a way to get up in the 3rd round or if they just kind of close up shop for the day. Because they'll be sitting there watching the entire 3rd round, waiting for their early pick in the 4th, and I bet they'd be trying to get back in and not end tonight without 3 players picked.
I would think so. I mean, they've got 10 picks, right? What are the odds they keep all 10? Do they need to add 10? Are they going to put 10 rookies on this roster and keep all 10? Probably not. I don't know that they even need 10. So I don't have the points chart in front of me. I don't know how much it would cost to move up in round 2, or do they have enough other picks to get into round 3? But I'd be surprised if they used all the picks, and I would think, I know he stayed put last night, but his track record is when he's got a guy he likes, he does what he can to move up a few spots to ensure they get him. So I would think he'd be aggressive and do everything he can to get, even if they only make 1 pick today, I would think he's going to do everything he can to get the defensive tackle that he needs and wants.
Yeah. Anything else in the draft round 1 stick out to you as interesting? Past the Jaguars trade obviously is going to be the number 1 story today.
Well, I mean, the whole I was watching ESPN, so Kuiper was apoplectic about nobody drafting Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
But
listen, the efforts to make the entire draft about Sanders have continued into today.
Yeah, and I thought he was a little too obsessed with it. But I mean, I think I heard you guys talking about. I think I don't think it's as much about teams are afraid of his dad and the swagger around the Buffs program and all that. And teams just didn't think he was that great a quarterback.
Yeah.
So that didn't shock me. Although we're so used to 8 million quarterbacks going in round one, it was odd to see the lack of activity until the Giants traded up to get Dart. I liked. I did love the Green Bay pick. I know it went over well because it was in Green Bay, but the stat really floored me that they had not taken a wide receiver in the first round since 2002. And I guess maybe when you have great quarterbacks like they did, you just grab a receiver anywhere. It really doesn't matter. But I love that pick. I think they really need a wide receiver stud, and I like that. I like Miami picking Kenneth Grant. I know there's this is a big mess at cornerback for them, and a lot of people were thinking they would go there. I think they need help on the defensive line as well. I like that pick for them. I don't know that anything else really shocked me other than not seeing a bunch of quarterbacks come off the board, but that was anticipated.
One thing to watch into the weekend. Let me know what you think about this, Howard. Joe and I have a bet. What do the Bills take first before the draft is over? A linebacker or a running back? And that, of course, leads to a follow-up question on your feelings on James Cook, who did not really come up yesterday on draft day. Yep. But, if they take a running back, James Cook's name's going to come up.
I would think they take a running back somewhere in the draft because as it stands right now, I just don't see how the Bills and James Cook agree on a contract extension, certainly not for the price he wants. Even if he comes down a little bit, I still think it's more value than the Bills are going to want to put on him. So in your bet, I would take a linebacker. I would bet they take a linebacker before they take a running back. But linebackers, of other needs that we didn't cover, linebacker. And I know Dorian Williams is here and Bernard's extended, but Matt Milano's been dealing with injuries. Who knows how much is left with him? I think definitely at somewhere on day 3 they're taking a linebacker. I would think it goes ahead of running back.
Yeah, I guess it does depend, too, what you think of Williams for this, even though Milano is still the starter, because if you treat this as Milano's last year, then are you comfortable with Dorian Williams as being their will linebacker after that? And I don't know that everybody would be, even though he was pretty good. Like we had Chris Brown on last week, Howard, and he loved Williams' season and what he presents, like the athlete that he is. But there also was there was a blurb from Adam Schefter about the Bills and a linebacker earlier in the week. So even if you like Dorian Williams, I don't think anybody would say that is set in stone. He is just the heir apparent whenever he's done.
And the other thing with running back is, again, I don't think Cook is going to be here, but I also don't think they're trading him. I think he'll be here this season. I mean, you're trying to win a Super Bowl. Keep James Cook. It gives you a better shot. So with a running back, you can just wait and draft one next year, right? That's the one position I don't think anybody is going to panic over and say, well, you got to get a guy in. He's got to get used to the system. He's got to get used to being in the NFL. It's a running back. Just go get a running back. You're deep in the backfield this year, so you really don't have to worry about it. If Cook does leave next year, then address it in next year's draft. So I'd definitely put linebacker ahead of running back and wide receiver in there, too. They're going to take a wide receiver at some point. It's just when.
Yeah. Howard Simon on the Wester Hotline chatting about the draft. How are things with the Mets?
Don't jinx it.
Oh, it's good?
That means it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really good, but we really don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I mean, that's a healthy little lead I'm looking at there. Just pulled up the standings. Just saying.
Would I come in, would I say something like, wow, Liverpool, forget it.
Talk as much as you want about them. I need 1 point.
Yeah, they do. They have the kind of lead. They have a 27-game lead in baseball, 28 to play.
If I would have done this 3 weeks ago, Joe, you would have yelled at me.
No, they've had that lead for about 2 months.
Maybe a month and a half ago I would have yelled at you, though. Yeah, that's probably right.
You got the point. Let's just, it's April, for gosh sakes. The Mets could wake up tonight and have 3 or 4 pitchers' arms having fallen off over the course of the evening, and then Alonso could run into Soto in the parking lot. I mean, it's the Mets. We don't want to jinx it.
All right. Thanks, Howard.
You guys all good? Everybody's okay?
Everybody's good.
Yeah.
Good to see you last night. Thanks for coming to the draft party. We've got another one tonight if you want to come out tonight.
I am
back-to-back nights, Howard out.
I am at the Bison's game tonight doing PA work.
All right, very good.
So, and I'll try and do Bongo Cam correctly this time.
All right, very good. Thanks, Howard.
All right, fellas. Nice to talk to you.
Howard Simon on the draft, chatting to us about Max Hairston and the plan from here. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. What other memeable moments were there? Goodell on the bicycle.
Goodell on the bicycle.
We were at the draft party.
I couldn't believe it.
We need someone to call in, our draft correspondent, because we were at the draft party and we're kind of saying hi to people, and I didn't hear any breakdown or explanation as to why they rode bicycles out onto the stage. Was that explained?
It's a Packers thing. Howard actually told me about this.
Okay.
He was talking to me and Owen, and it's a Packers thing. They ride their bikes to the practice facility one of the days on, like, when training camp starts.
They do?
I guess, yeah. I guess it's a team thing. They've been doing it for years.
Interesting. The Sabres had that for 2 years.
With Eichel and Reinhardt?
They ran the tandem bikes. We had a tandem bike phase here. Yeah, Eichel and Reinhardt. Didn't Rex and Rob Ryan ride tandem bicycles too into work? We had a few months of that, I think.
Yeah.
And then it ended pretty quickly after that.
Yes. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550.
The other Goodell moment from last night. Did you see the hug that he got from Malachi Starks?
Yes.
Lifted off the ground. And I think it was the longest Goodell hug that I've ever seen. Starks was very, very excited. He looked like he also broke Goodell's hand on like the... Goodell goes for the... I don't know if he was going for the handshake or the high five, but Hairston just... Not Hairston. Starks. With like, it's like he was trying to break Goodell's wrist. How hard this high five was.
What's better than a draft of a guard and then cutting to a player of a guy that's like in the stands with a big chain... turnover chain around his neck, face paint. Yes! Guard! It's my favorite thing about the draft. Guards are fine. Guards are people, too. I don't have a problem with guards. But just, that guy's hyped for whatever they're going to get, and then it's just like, all right, here's the pick.
The Seahawks fan. Hey, we drafted Gray Zabel, a guard from North Dakota. Let's go!
Yep.
As if there could be a more boring pick.
Gray Zabel.
Literally. Could it be more Gray? You drafted a guard named Gray.
Love it.
And that Seahawks fan was just going nuts.
803-0550. Okay, so American Family Insurance Dream Drive. It's tradition. Vince Lombardi's era beloved part of the training camp experience. Both players and young fans. They ride bikes to training camp practice. Thank you. Sal sent that in. All right, good. Lil Wayne was up there. And
Lil Wayne.
Clay Matthews. No,
yes.
not Clay.
No, it was Clay Matthews.
Oh.
You thought it was A.J. Hawk.
I did, but it was Clay Matthews.
That was only his second mistake that he had made in like a 30-minute span, and that was not the worst one. The worst one was when Jeremy thought the guy singing the national anthem, who I think was just a local musician from Green Bay, was Ed Sheeran.
I looked at the screen. I saw a guy with a guitar.
He's like, hey, it's Ed Sheeran.
Oh, it's because he had ginger hair.
I looked at like, yes, no, it most certainly is not Ed Sheeran.
Red, shaggy hair and a guitar in his hand. I'm like, who is this guy? Ed Sheeran?
Ed Sheeran?
As someone with a ginger beard, I stand up for gingers everywhere and say we do not all look the same.
Ed Sheeran is way above doing the national anthem in Green Bay, Wisconsin for the NFL draft.
In your opinion?
He is definitely
not in my
that.
opinion.
I mean, what did Taylor Swift doing God Bless America for the draft?
Hold on. How many people were there?
Not as many as they say.
125,000 is what they say.
Oh, Ed Sheeran's too good for 125,000 people? Granted, it's one song and it's the national anthem.
In Green Bay in April, I think he's yeah.
You know who I did not see last night, and because of it, I don't feel like it felt like a football event. No Gene Steratore. Where was he?
It really should be your favorite sports event because it is the only one.
No reviews?
There's no... Could there be? Would there be a replay? Let's go to Gene Steratore. The clock was about to hit 0, but was the card submitted? What's the whole process of it? I don't think we got there.
803-0550, the baby throwing up.
Yep.
We'll get you the results of the poll. Twitter poll is up about receiver, defensive tackle, defensive end. You get to pick 2 of the 3. What do you want the two of the three, the results of our poll, and give us a call on it. 803-0550, our phone number. You can give us a ring. Thank you if you're joining us on YouTube on the stream for the first time. We got big numbers today. If you're here for the first time, welcome aboard. Sorry about our faces. This is what we look like every day. The chat you're seeing on the side of the screen, that's a fixture. That's an adventure, the chat. Either way, happy to have you along. We're back in a moment here on WGR.
Max Hairston, the Bills' first-round selection in the 2025 draft. They picked him 30th overall, cornerback out of Kentucky. He is very fast, 4.28 40 time. That was the fastest at the combine. A little bit smaller, but Brandon Beane, talking about him yesterday, did say that what he is in speed and willing tackler as well makes up for the size. They talked a lot about him in length. You can find that on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills have 2 selections tonight, 56th and 62nd in the second round. They don't have a third-round pick, but they have fourth-round picks, so maybe we see a trade-up. Tonight's coverage in WGR, all throughout the night, Nate Geary will lead the way. You can tune in for that. Also, if you want to come down to Wayland Brewing in Orchard Park, we'll be there for our draft party. No ticket needed. Just show up, hang out, and watch. Last night in the first round, the Jaguars move up for Travis Hunter at number 2. It took them a first-round pick next year and a second-round pick this year to move up 3 spots for him. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Minnesota over Vegas. They're up 2-1 in that series. The Leafs are now up 3-0 in their series over Ottawa with an overtime win. Florida beats the Lightning 2-0. They're up 2-0 in their series as well. And then the other game last night was St. Louis winning 7-2 over Winnipeg. The Jets still lead the series, though. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Particularly, I love the Jaguars, Jalen Ramsey, because he played with so much swagger, man. You knew he was that guy. You knew not to try him, man. I just want to be able to go out there with that same confidence, knowing that if you come at me, it's not 50-50. That's my ball.
Max Hairston, Bills' new corner, drafted out of Kentucky.
And his nickname, again, is
Mad Max. Which is great. Had a good suit, good energy.
You should let him put that on the jersey.
Mad Max?
Yeah.
Like the NBA when they did nicknames?
Yeah.
What number's Mad Max going to wear? What's available?
00.
His number in college.
Not something in the 40s. I don't need 2 corners wearing numbers in the 40s.
He wore number 1 in college.
That
Curtis Samuel's wearing
by
number 1.
Curtis
Samuel's wearing number 1.
He also wore 31.
Jairus Byrd.
Yep. Is there a 31 on the Bills right
Rasul
now?
Douglas is not signed.
Okay.
That's correct.
Take Rasul Douglas is 31. All right.
That's kind of boring, though.
Is Benford going to get a better number now that he's a legit,
47 is a great number.
Not a good number.
It's a terrible
It's not
number.
a good number.
Has anybody ever asked Benford if that number has like a special meaning to him for some reason? Because if that's the case, then I'll shut up about it. But I truly think that's part of the reason he's not a bigger name in the league. He wears a number like he just got called up off the practice squad. Or he's trying out for the Bills in a preseason game. He's an undrafted rookie free agent. I do think the number hurts him. I don't think he cares. I've heard him talk. He's very down to earth, and he's not your Richard Sherman, loud corner type. But yeah, we got to get the man a better number if it doesn't have a really, really special meaning to him.
Last segment we talked about offensive lineman Gray Zabel, and how
the most boring pick of the first round.
Whatever, it's a good pick. It's fine.
They always need offensive linemen.
The Seahawks
they've ignored it forever.
Josh found this, that he was taken 18th overall, and he said, when asked on the conference call, what are you going to do now? He said, quote, man, I'm probably going to start diving into these Busch Lights. There you go. Drink some beer. You made it.
Someone related to him, I think it might have been his brother, tweeted out an hour later, at Busch Light, hey, we're running out of these. Can you send some more? Please help.
No more NIL. Now you're just going to get endorsements for these guys.
What was your least favorite pick of the first round?
Matthew Golden to the Packers.
Well, I mean, for that team. If you were that team. The Colts drafting a tight end?
No.
How about the Bears drafting a tight end at 10th overall when they already have a highly paid tight end on the roster?
But see, that's the thing. What the Bears did there was they didn't go for the chic, think of him like a receiver tight end. They went for the Kittle tight end.
Well, that's because they already have a...
Right, that's what I mean.
Think of him
to
like
me,
a receiver tight end.
The rare tight end is that guy. That's the guy that's rare. Everybody's got a pass-catching tight end, and they didn't go for him. So
right. What you're saying is there are 30 Cole Kmets now.
Yes.
And
not that many Colston Lovelands. So
yeah.
I don't mind it for them. I mean, I also probably give Ben Johnson the benefit of the doubt. The guy's an offensive wizard. He's going to know what he wants. And his offense, I guess they'll probably go running back in the second round, the Bears. Like, get ready for Trevion Henderson to the Bears.
Yep.
Because they were rumored to be after Ashton Ginty, who they couldn't get to. And they have DeAndre Swift, who's old and not very good, I don't think. So the Bears could go running back early. Receivers and running backs could go early in the second round. That's probably where we start, is receiver, running back, and quarterback at the start of the second round.
It really was a draft without a pick where everybody collectively just dunked on a team. You know, the Raiders are often the team that gives us this. Can you believe this idiot GM and what he just did? Like, I don't really think we had that moment last night. We did it a little bit at the draft party with Pittsburgh, right? Because they don't have a second and they drafted a defensive tackle when they need a quarterback. But really, nothing. There was really not much else.
Well,
that was like highly
critical. Let's take a look at the Bills. The Bills' top 30 visits who are still available.
Yeah.
And what that could mean. So they had Max Hairston in for top 30 visit. And they drafted him. The other corners, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Jacob Parrish, Darren Porter. I mean, Porter could still be a guy if they later, but I don't know. Taking another corner, it's going to have to be late. Defensive tackles.
Because the room is full.
Right. Defensive tackles. Here are your 4 names. These guys did not get selected.
Okay.
So if you want to say this was a good job by the Bills, maybe putting defensive tackle second. The only guy that got taken that visited with them was Tyleik Williams, Ohio State, who went to...
He went to 28 to Detroit. Wait, not Detroit.
Detroit.
Was it? Yeah, okay.
If he's still on the board, I wonder if they go tackle instead of corner. Maybe. But there are 4 defensive tackles they met with. TJ Sanders, Deion Walker, Ty Robinson, and Omar Norman Lott of Tennessee.
Okay.
There's a safety on the board. Then there's the receiver conversation. Jalen Royals and Isaiah Bond. Maybe Jalen Lane. Like, if you're talking about receiver today, Jalen Royals is a today receiver. Second or third round. They met with him. If you want to go with prospects they had multiple interactions with, but not top 30 visits. This is all at BuffaloRumblings.com, and Ryan Talbot does a great job tracking this as well for New York Upstate. BuffaloRumblings.com on multiple interactions with Isaiah Bond. That could be a second or third round pick, maybe even fourth. Landon Jackson. Receiver Dante Thornton. A couple of safeties. Like, listen, safety is going to get picked, is it not? They had 1 in for a visit. I see 3 in for multiple interactions. Andrew Makuba, Elijah Clark, Billy Bowman Jr. They worked out safety. I mean, the Texas safety is a private workout, according to Justin Mello.
Yep.
So we got into safety yesterday for Malachi Starks, and we don't ever get to find out what they would have done had he been there. But safety is in the mix.
Yeah, I don't know that they have to, though. It would have to be a player that, and they're going to say this about a lot of positions, that they would have to really like. Because could they go into the season with the 4 safeties they have right now? I think they very easily could. I'm not saying they would be, I don't think they're great at that position, but do they have 4 NFL safeties to walk into the year with?
I mean, they have 4 safeties that play in the NFL. If they walk into the...
They do. One of them does have upside.
Who?
Bishop,
sure. Sure, Bishop.
Yeah.
They walk into with the same safety room they walked in last year, except Bishop is a year older. But other than that, it's Rapp, who is a nice player, makes some big plays, hits like a truck, and it's Derek Forrest and
Hamlin.
Damar Hamlin.
2 guys who have started in the league, but you really don't want starting.
Right? How different is that than Mike Edwards last year, who they signed and never played? It's not that different. An investment in that position. Maybe. They've met with a good amount of them. They of course, Nick Emenwari, they met with the Combine. They met with Malachi Starks at the Combine. Xavier Watts is another one.
Yeah.
Xavier Watts, Notre Dame. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked at all if today goes defensive tackle safety. I'd like another safety. The Malachi Starks conversation for me kind of leaned into, when Sal and I were going back and forth yesterday, how much they like Rapp. They like Rapp. Congratulations. They also like Tre'Davious White. And they drafted a guy that's going to take his job, hopefully before the season even begins. And they like Dane Jackson, but they drafted a guy that hopefully takes his job before the season begins. So, safety to me, wherever you look, PFF grades of the safeties. The Bills' safeties graded terribly last year. In coverage, they were terrible. Terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw the New York Times had their the New York Times, The Athletic, had a mock draft based on numbers, and they ranked the Bills' safety room 31st in the NFL. 31st. Just, hey, Cole Bishop's going to be a little bit older. That might help it quite a bit, but that might not be enough.
But what's going to happen if they draft a second round? What if they're going to draft a second round safety today? That person's going to start right away over their second round safety from last year?
No, the guy that I'd start over is Rapp.
Right.
If again, maybe it depends on packages. Maybe it's third down packages. Maybe it's opponent specific. But if we're talking about having this defense give the potential to move chess pieces and really play with a lot of different things, maybe another safety that frees Bishop up to be a hammer in the run game and a center fielder kind of safety is the right move. I mean, Watts is a little bit of that. That's what Starks was. That's what Watts could be.
Yep.
So I think safety, I want to just keep it there. They've met with a lot of them. 6 at the combine. They only brought in 1 for a visit. Linebacker down the board a bit. So anyway, the results of the Twitter poll. Sorry, we'll get to this before the break because I'd mentioned I want to get to this. If you're picking 2 out of 3, defensive tackle, defensive end, wide receiver, what pair do you want? The number 1 choice is defensive tackle, wide receiver. The number 2 choice is defensive tackle, defensive end. And then the third place is wide receiver, defensive end. Everybody wants a defensive tackle. And the Bills should too. You wonder how much Bean will feel a push to do that. What if the first few picks tonight, they can't get up and it's 4 tackles going the first 7 picks, 10 picks. Like, You can't be reaching for a third-round graded defensive tackle.
Or at that point, but by their definition, maybe like a 4th-round grade by that point. Yeah.
803-0550.
In the 9 o'clock hour, we should get to receiver a little bit too. You're thinking about safety. I'm thinking about Bond, Isaiah Bond specifically, and the Bills today. I'm so curious about what they think of him right now.
Yeah. Well, to a point here, one of the things about Bond was there's a sexual assault allegation. He turned himself in.
That's part of why I'm wondering.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Like, you want to say, what would the Bills do about that? Max Hairston has an allegation against him from his freshman year that...
Right.
That's... You can't find much on that. That's years ago.
Yep.
The Bills would have known about that, vetted that, whatever. So...
Yep.
If it's a non-starter, then Hairston's not here, and Hairston is here.
Unless...
Again, different situations. I don't know how the Bills would treat this.
But do they also not want to draft with their first 2 picks 2 people? They graduate to different levels. Hairston was never charged in the way that Bond had to turn himself in.
Right.
But would they not want would they just not want it out there in the public? Like, hey, in the first 2 picks we've drafted 2 people that have had, these histories.
Yeah. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe. Give us a ring on Max Hairston and on the plan for round 2. Anything else you want to throw at us? We're happy to have you here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about a pre-owned vehicle, get to Riverfront Auto Sales. You can save thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars at Riverfront when you go pre-owned. Because when you buy a new vehicle and drive it off the lot, you just, boom, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 right off the price. And at Riverfront, you are getting that savings by going the pre-owned route. So check out their website, what they've got at riverfrontautosales.com. If there's something specific that you want, they will track it down for you. They've done that for me many times. Exactly what I want. I know what I'm looking for. I call Marty Sr., Marty Jr., anybody on the team, and they go to work to find that vehicle for you the same way they did for me. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. Give them a ring and go to the website, click on Find My Car, put them to work. It's a weekend. You don't have to spend your weekend looking for a car if you're in the market. Click on Find My Car at the website, put them to work finding that car, and enjoy your weekend. 886-1626. That's 886-1626 for Riverfront Auto Sales. Hey, caller 5 to 716-221-4WGR. Going to win a pair of tickets to the Micah Hyde Charity Softball Game. 5th annual Micah Hyde Charity Softball Game at Salem Field, Sunday, May 4th. Your favorite offensive and defensive players play against each other to benefit the Imagine Youth Foundation. Tickets are on sale at HydeCharitySoftball.com. Caller 5 at 716-221-4WGR. When we get back, we can give you a website that you can burn your day with if you want. Thanks to Nate who sent this in. ProFootballNetwork.com has mock drafts. You know, a lot of places do. But you can basically fill in the first round and start from here. So next hour, what are we going to do? We're going to do the second round. We're going to pick 2 players for the Bills. See who's there. See who falls if we want to make a move. But we've got a wide open segment 9 o'clock here, so stick with us. 803-0550, you want to chime in. And ProFootballNetwork.com is the website. It's a good look, and the idea that you can fill in the first round and go from there, like, let's go. So we'll have it. They list the Bills' team needs as defensive tackle, linebacker, edge, receiver, and running back. There you go.
All right.
56 and 62. The Bills have those 2 picks coming up in this draft.
And running back?
And running back. It lists running back. You think I'm picking a running back? You're out of your mind.
It's a good class.
All right, we're going to break in. Come back, do this mock second round here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. FanDuel's giving you more reasons to, well, jump in with the NBA playoffs if you'd like. Bet 5, get $250 in bonus bets. FanDuel, the place to bet all your favorite player props. You can make a heads-up play with player performance trends as well. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30, put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and who's hot without leaving the app. You can live bet a game. Big deficit for the Thunder last night. They pull off the comeback after game tips. Combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel playoff time, perfect time to join. You get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/white to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
The Bills select Max Hairston, cornerback from Kentucky, with their first-round pick. Last night, 30th overall. He is very fast. 4.28 40 time was the fastest from any player at the combine, regardless of position. Is a little bit smaller, but again, speed. Brandon Beane talking about him on our website, WGR550.com. You can catch that there. The Bills have 2 selections tonight, 56 and 62 for rounds 2 and 3, both in the second round. They do not have a third-round pick at the moment. Nate Geary will lead draft coverage tonight, so tune in. Also, you can stop by Wayland Brewing in Orchard Park. Me and Jeremy hosting our draft party for rounds 2 and 3. No ticket required. You can just show up and hang out. Last night in the NFL draft, you did not have Shedeur Sanders selected. There were 2 quarterbacks picked, Cam Ward at number 1, and then the Giants trading back into number 25. They got their guy with Jackson Dart at number 25. So Sanders, Jalen Milroe, the 2 quarterbacks to watch going into today. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Toronto wins in overtime over Ottawa to take a 3-0 series lead. The Wild beat the Golden Knights. Florida over Tampa, and St. Louis over Winnipeg were the other results. And in the NBA, Knicks over the Pistons, Thunder over the Grizzlies, Clippers over the Nuggets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, we're going to do a mock draft round 2. Of course, I know what you're all wondering. When will Shedeur Sanders get picked? When will our national nightmare end?
Really, I hope it's tonight at some point, because if...
Well, I've got news for you.
Although I'm not going to be consuming day 3 draft coverage as much as we have.
I hope
for
you're
1 and 2.
ready for, like, Shedeur Sanders is about to be a Tim Tebow level talk about him every day guy. I think I've arrived at that. This whole...
I mean,
today's coverage is about Shedeur Sanders on ESPN. It's nonstop. Shedeur Sanders.
Well, is what... Actually, wait a minute. Is his landing spot being more likely to be a backup landing spot actually going to fuel that even more? You know what I mean? Like, when will they put Sanders in? Because unless it's Pittsburgh...
Or Cleveland.
Okay, right.
Cleveland right here to start round 2.
This Cleveland, he starts right away.
Here are your first few picks. He starts in Cleveland.
Yeah, that's right.
If he doesn't go to Cleveland, the next starting spot is New Orleans at 40. Well, it's not backup. It's a starter. That's maybe starter, maybe backup.
Right, but that would be a good chance to be a starter.
Yeah. The Jets are 42. They have Justin Fields.
No, that's not happening. I think they paid him $23 million a year.
Yeah.
Not that that's enormous for quarterback standards, but
the Browns
and then Pittsburgh.
The funny thing about
but Pittsburgh doesn't have a second round pick, so they're out of this.
Here's the funny thing about the Browns. The Browns are the most likely to make this pick. They pick 33 and 36 and 67. Could they wait till the 3rd round for him? Maybe.
Pittsburgh, by the way, I guess they don't have to be out of this. There's one avenue to them being back in it. If they trade George Pickens today and find a team to give them a second round pick.
Yeah.
Then they could be back in.
Should the Bills do that? No.
No, not for a second. Not for a second round pick, I should say. He's not the type of receiver I feel like they need.
I think he might be, but it's okay. I don't need it.
I need speed. He's downfield though. He's downfield.
Yeah. All right, let's do this mock draft. Round 2, we're going to go pick by pick. We got the sound effect.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should do that 30 times though.
For round 2?
In 14 minutes. Yeah, we won't. Shedeur Sanders goes number 1 in round 2 to Cleveland. We're at ProFootballNetwork.com, which is a nice site. Like, I've slowed it down. The Bills are up at 56. All right. Mike Green.
There he is.
To Houston.
Okay.
Tennessee, Landon Jackson.
Wow.
Edge. Cleveland again, Nick Scorton.
Okay, those are 2 guys that the Bills have had interest in.
3 edges in the first 4 picks. Raiders, Nick Emenwari.
Okay.
38, guard to the Patriots. They've gone tackle guard. The Bears, Trevion Henderson. That's the one, folks.
That's a great landing spot
for Dynasty, Fantasy. That's
if he went to
juice.
If he went to Chicago, is he over Hampton?
It's close
for fantasy. But they're both really good.
That's juicy.
I like Henderson more as a player, so I would maybe do that.
He's more explosive.
He's so explosive.
Hampton's like Hampton's a workhorse.
Yeah.
Which is why you might like him in L.A. All right, Bills up at 56.
Still no Will Johnson?
Still no Will Johnson. He's the best player on the board, ninth overall talent. Edge, Donovan Iziriaku is still up. Luther Burden still there. And the Bills don't really need a corner. They've taken one. Saints go Trey Harris, wide receiver.
Okay.
41, the Bears. Princely Human Mielin. I don't know how to say his name. I'm sorry.
Okay.
41 to the Bears. Jets, Jalen Knoll. Okay, here comes some receivers. 2 out of the last 3 picks. Niners at 43, offensive tackle. Quinshawn Judkins running back to the Cowboys. That's going to be a nice one, too.
Fantasy rookie drafts just became really fun.
We got some good running back
this
spots.
weekend, if that happens.
The Colts at 45, linebacker Carson Schwessinger, who was picked in the first round of the Bills twice, I saw.
Yeah.
He's off the board. The Rams, Edge, Boston College guy. Will Johnson goes 47th to Arizona.
Will Johnson?
Will Johnson.
Okay.
Trey Amos, best player on the board right now at 34. We are at 48. The Dolphins go cornerback. Bengals at 49. Luther Burden still on the board. Bills 7 picks away. Bengals, Trey Amos.
Okay.
So the Bengals get a corner and an edge in their first 2 picks.
Yep.
Seattle at 50. Xavier Watts.
Safety.
Okay. We are
close.
6 picks from the Bills. Burden is on the board.
You want to trade up for Burden?
They're not going to do that. Right?
Are we doing what we think they're going to do?
Here are the teams in front of them. Broncos, Seahawks, Bucks, Packers, Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
Bucks and Packers are not taking Burden. They're loaded at receiver. They just took a receiver, both of them. Seahawks, they have JSN and Cooper Kupp.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they take Burden. They might need somebody on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Could the Broncos do it?
Yes.
Yes, they could.
Who's the inside guy for them right now? They did sign, this is tight end, but they signed Evan Ingram. Who's their slot receiver? It was like, it was kind of a mixture of guys like Deshaun Vele, right? Like those types of guys. I could see that for Denver. Denver, especially a Sean Payton offense, they would love a player like that, I think.
Like Burden?
Yeah.
All right, let's Denver's pick is Jalen Royals.
Okay.
Wide receiver off the board. Seattle, up for the second time in 3 picks. Wide receiver Kyle Williams.
Run on receivers.
There's your run to a point. The Bucks and Packers are up in front of the Bills, and they have receivers. The Bucks go Ravel, corner. Okay. Packers go Packers go Jordan Birch.
I was going to say, if they drafted another wide receiver.
No. 55, Chargers, Luther Burden.
1 pick in front.
1 pick in front of the Bills. 1 pick in front.
I think you're going to be upset if that happens. Not to even say you think they would pick him. Do you think they'd pick him if he was there at 56?
I don't.
Okay.
Do you know how many times at the draft party I envisioned myself being surprised by them taking a receiver? Yeah. I thought, what am I going to do? Am I going to jump out of my chair if they take a receiver here? I don't know if I will.
Throw your chair.
I thoroughly do not expect it. I'd love them to get to 56 and Burden's on the board. I can't imagine he will be, but I'd love to see them just pass on him. Because here's the thing. They go to an everybody eats offense, and they don't have anybody to count on, and Burden has a monster season, they pass on him, I get to be mad at them. But if he goes before they pick, I don't get to be mad at them. Not that I want to be mad at them.
It sounds like you want to be mad at them.
No, I just want to know where your priorities lie. That's it.
No, right, that's the right point.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the clock. 56th. Here's your best player available, Jalen Milroe. Tight end, guard, running back. TJ Sanders is there. You know who else is there? Darius Alexander. Toledo. Explosive defensive lineman, power profile.
Mm-hmm.
That's a guy we've talked about. If you want defensive line, you have Darius Alexander, TJ Sanders, South Carolina. These guys are all like right about 300 pounds. These are not your big giant.
But Alexander, haven't I read that he can do both of the tackle positions?
Do you want Alfred Collins, 6'5", 332?
I mean, I really don't. Personally, I really don't.
Bill's top 30 visits. Let me pull it up again. Did they meet? How many times did they meet?
I don't remember ever seeing anything tying them to Alfred Collins.
Alfred Collins did not come in for a top 30 visit. Alfred Collins did not have multiple interactions with him.
We had a Texas.
Did not have a private workout. Did not have a Zoom call.
The week you were on, CJ Volson came on, and I asked him about Alfred Collins, and I think I remember him saying that there were like work ethic questions with him.
If that's the case, he's off the board. They met him at the Combine.
They did?
Alfred
Okay.
Collins, yep. They met him at the Combine. So if you want that defensive tackle, that's it. And then Omar Norman Lott, who is 83rd right now, like you could wait on him your next pick at least.
Yeah.
Maybe. What do you want to do?
I feel like Darius Alexander.
Darius Alexander?
He's versatile. He can play both of the positions inside.
Yeah.
They've met with him.
1 tech to 3 tech.
Yeah.
All right.
I know he's not 330, but they also could change that, right? Like AJ Epinesa once upon a time gained like 20 pounds because they wanted him to be a little bit of a different body type. So he's 305. Do they want him to hey, can you get up to 315 for us?
Yeah.
Because we're going to play a little more one technique. Like I could totally see that happening.
You ready for this mock draft? This site has proposed a trade, and here's a fun one. Fun.
Okay.
We have an offer.
Is it Trey Hendrickson?
The Bengals have made an offer.
Oh.
The Bills would drop from 56 to 81. They would get a third, and they would pick up a second rounder next year and a swap for a fifth rounder next year. So moving from fifth round to the second round next year to drop from the second round here to the third round the same year. We get the 81st pick still.
I kind of like that.
I kind of like that too.
That's a pretty good offer. Yeah.
You now have 2 seconds next year. However,
yeah.
Are we helping the Bengals?
We are helping the Bengals. I don't know if I like that part.
They're chasing
it's
us.
It doesn't hit as hard when it's in the second round as when it's in the first round. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with the Bengals. I want to ask them what they want first, but they're not going to tell me.
They probably won't tell you.
Because that really might matter to me. I would want to go to my how much time do I have in this draft in round 2? Do I have 10 minutes?
Yeah.
If I'm on the clock and there's 8 minutes left and they make that offer, I want to be able to turn to McDermott or to another coach and be like, okay, they want this player. What does that look like in a matchup? Against us specifically. What does that look like in us specific matchup? Because if you think if that's going to hurt us, or if it's a player you just whatever, doesn't really matter, then I'll do it.
Let me ask you something, and this is maybe a let's get stupid as we mock this second round. The Bills have been on the clock for a while. We're using all the time.
Yeah.
This is a little let's get stupid. Is it possible that the GMs lie to us? Oh, no, we didn't ask who they were going to take. They have to say that. Because if they tell us who they're going to take, that's bulletin board material. We knew they were going to take this player. Every GM just agrees.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about it. But who would make a trade without who are you going to take? Who do you want? You want to trade to this spot. All right, you got to tell me who you want. And if I don't like the player you're coming to get, I'm not going to do it for you.
But what you're saying is so that discussion happens and that GM has actually told you what they're taking.
Yes.
But now you go up in front of a press conference and you're not going to tell everybody that you know.
That's right. Because if you tell them you know, then it's, you think that player on that team, you don't like this player. It's a theory. Let's get stupid. All right. Do you want to make this trade?
No, I don't want to do a deal with Cincinnati.
All right, reject.
I want to draft Darius Alexander.
Okay. It is done. He has been drafted. On to 62. Benjamin Morrison goes to the Carolina Panthers. Jared Wilson, center to the Texans. The Ravens take a guard. The Lions take an edge. Chris Paul, Pooh Paul, 1 pick before the Bills. They would have traded up. They would go get him.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen him in the second round.
No, I haven't either.
But Pooh Paul, Chris Paul Jr. to the Commanders. And we are up.
Okay.
Now, here we go.
This could be a few different things.
We're about to accept the trade.
We are?
We're going to accept the trade.
Who's calling?
Jacksonville.
Okay.
Move back.
Not worried about
move
them
back 8 spots.
Okay.
Give up a fourth next year, and add the 88th pick in this draft. You get a third rounder.
See, I feel vindicated that we passed on that Bengal offer now because I feel like this is a good offer.
It is a good offer.
Yeah,
we're taking this,
and now you get into the third round.
Yep.
Keep a second rounder.
That's right. They traded up. Well, actually, no. The Bills traded down into the third and have 2/3.
2/3, okay.
Yeah,
right. But the first pick of the third.
We've done a good job here. Here's an interesting one. So Elijah Arojo is who they take. The Giants then take Jalen Milroe. Double quarterback draft.
Love it.
Here for it.
A 4-way open quarterback competition at training camp between Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jalen Milroe, and Jackson Dart.
Love it.
That'd be awesome.
Put him on Hard Knocks again.
Yeah.
All right, into the third round. Now we have 2 third-round picks. Come on.
Yeah.
Everyone's praising us for our savviness.
Yeah. Are we up?
No.
Oh, no.
Chiefs are up. They go with Edge. Chiefs are up again. They go Jack Besh.
Oh,
Browns are up. Jaden Higgins. Raiders, Darian Porter. Patriots, Braden Swinson, edge. Bills up at 70. The Jags are calling again. We just traded with them. They gave us this pick. They want it back. We're not taking this deal. It's a bunch of crap. Reject. See ya.
I'm sorry, actually, we've lost connection to the draft. We can't make our pick because I've ripped up the draft room because the Chiefs took the guy that I wanted. Jack Besh. Okay. If this plays out, they've filled their two biggest needs. So now they can get a little bit
saucy.
Yeah. And to me, this is where I really wonder about what they think of Bond, because I think I want to make Bond the pick here.
Okay.
He is the type of receiver they need. They have met with him. They have visited with him. He probably was he not the highest ranked receiver by most that visited with the Bills? Most of the guys they visited with were day 3 prospects.
Yes.
Bond, there was a moment where people thought even ended the first round.
Okay.
And the other thing about him, I saw Scott Barrett pointing this out yesterday, that comparing Bond to Matthew Golden, that Barrett, who writes for Fantasy Points, tweeted that Golden isn't even a 1-year wonder. He is a 4-game wonder. That so much of his production came in 4 games, and those were the 4 games Isaiah Bond was hurt. And he broke down the stats. When Bond was healthy, he was Texas's number 1 wide receiver. So, and he's a speed guy. So there's this allegation, though, and that complicates things.
So the latest I found on the allegation, I was looking up what's going on here, because he's been...
Not even an allegation. He turned himself in.
He has countersued his accuser. That was on the 16th that I saw that, and his agent sent a letter to every team refuting, saying everything is patently false. So that was 9 days ago.
It's what you would do, but
teams have an idea. The Bills are at 70 here. I'd like to point out that safety, Andrew Makuba, right here. They met with him a bunch, but you want to say Bond?
I think I want to say Isaiah Bond.
Because they've already taken their defensive tackle.
Yep.
And we have 2 picks in the 3rd. You're going to go receiver here.
Yep. Receiver in the 3rd.
What about the double dip idea?
2 receivers?
No, a defensive tackle. Now we take Alfred Collins, the big one, and we have 2 guys on the inside we've taken. Double dip Alfred Collins. Chris Trapaslo says the double dip's right there.
When are we up again?
We are up again in 88.
That's in 7 picks?
That's in 18 picks.
18 picks.
Roll the dice.
I think I want to draft Bond. Yeah, sure. Roll the dice.
Roll the dice. Alfred Collins.
Okay,
up at 88 in the 3rd round. Guard, safety, quarterback, safety, corner, tight end, receiver, Alec. Oh, yeah. I struggle with this guy's name. The Stanford kid who blocks like a madman to New England. I like New England's draft in this mock, by the way. T.J. Sanders, Barrett Carter, the Bills are up, and no other receiver is gone. You can probably have Isaiah Bond right here.
I think they'd do that there.
Yeah?
Yep, I think they'd do that there.
Did he get taken and I missed it? It might have happened.
Oh, really?
It might have happened. I don't see him on the big board.
All right.
No, there he is. For some reason, Pro Football and Sports Network ranks Isaiah Bond prospect 186.
Really?
Yeah. Want to let it ride?
I mean,
he is yeah. Receiver also available here is Torrey Horton, a guy they have had in for a visit. You could draft him. Torrey Horton, Colorado State. Speed. Leggy runner, a lot of ground, top gear.
He's 6'3" also.
How about this?
I'm into that.
Can I give you this Pro Football and Sports Network write up? I've never heard this said before, but I love it now. Scout talk. A leggy runner who covers a lot of ground when he hits his top gear with some carbon ceramic brakes that let him stop on a dime and return toward a line of scrimmage. Elevates, high points the ball well, natural separator, a bit lean, doesn't have a rack phase.
Yeah.
Overall vertical speed, athleticism. Quality RB2. Let's do it. Torrey Horton.
I'm reading a profile to him at ESPN.com, and there's one line in here I just want to point out, which is he uncovers well when the quarterback gets flushed.
Done.
Josh Allen's scrambling around. What do you want your receivers to do? You want them to uncover and run a different route than they were planning on. So if he's got that, I'm in.
All right. Well, we came out of this day 2 draft with 2 defensive tackles and a wide receiver.
Yeah. And did we gain something next year? A 5th-round pick next year, too, along the way? Or something? With one of our trade downs?
Yes.
The trade down we did with Jacksonville, I think we got like a 5th next year.
Yeah. Listen, I think we did a great job.
I think that's a good day. That's a good day.
I think we did a good job. All right, there's our mock draft of round 2.
Other than Kansas City drafting the guy that I really want to see the Bills draft tonight. Love Jack Besh.
I don't love Jack Besh for the Bills.
I bet they love him, too.
It's so funny every year you get, this guy's the next Puka. Oh, okay. The 5th-round guy that people slept on and were wrong about, and he's the best rookie receiver all time. That Jack Besh is just Puka.
Does he have any other player comps ever?
Jack Besh? No.
It's always Puka?
I always see Puka.
I just don't want to stare at the 40 time for this, though. But he didn't he run a way faster 40 time than Puka did?
Probably.
Gotta find that.
I'll get you Matt Harmon on Jack Besh. This is your dream Bills receiver is Jack Besh?
Yeah.
So he says about Besh that I love everything about his route running from a technical and explosive standpoint. He's up there with Jaden Higgins, best pair of hands this side of Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Run after catch make him similar to Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua.
I mean, all of these sound amazing.
Right. So,
Lance Zierlein's player comp for him, by the way, is Cedric Tillman.
Okay. He had a little bit
who has not done a lot, but he was pretty good last year.
He had a good finish to last year.
Yeah.
The thing about Besh, he uncovers. If you ask me what kind of receiver I want, the Bills might want like explosive vertical speed and deep guy. I want guys that uncover. And Besh, his success rate against man is in the 85th percentile.
Yes.
And against press, he's in the 91st. He played primarily the X role on the boundary for TCU. All right, fine. Go get Jack Besh.
I think this is the guy.
Let's get this guy.
I think this is the guy. He's not like tiny either, right? Like he's not a monster, but 6'2", maybe 6'1", 214. He's listed at.
Have they been? They meet with Besh anywhere is the question.
See, that's the thing.
I don't see any.
I've never seen it.
No meetings with Besh. No anywhere. No combine visit. Nothing. Bond, Golden, Restrepo, Arian Smith, Savion Williams. No. Nothing for Besh. Bond Pro Day, and they were all over Bond. They're everywhere everywhere they could meet Bond, they did.
Yeah,
Combine, dinner, Pro Day, top 30. Bond. And for, smokescreen season, what did Bean talk about when talking about one of Max Hairston's most impressive plays? What was the play? Bond.
Bond, yeah.
He recovers against Bond. Is that a spot where the Bills are watching Bond that day and like, look at this corner? Oh, yeah, Hairston, we like him too. That does happen a lot where scouts go to see a player and then I love this guy. So, we'll see.
They're going to need a guy like this. They're like Bond, because otherwise Max Hairston's going to have to simulate the fast receivers at practice every week.
That's right. Think of him like a scout team receiver.
I'm telling you, collision course. If they don't draft a receiver, Max Hairston. Some tweet from one of our Bills beat guys or Sal or somebody that Max Hairston is
playing the Worthy role?
Simulating the Xavier Worthy role this week at practice. That is going to happen.
That'll be fine. That'll be totally fine, Joe. I'm not going to be upset about that. It's not going to bother me. It's going to be totally fine. It's great. Everything is wonderful. Listen, if we can't complain a little bit, what's the point?
It is the only thing, really. Well, I mean, not the only thing. There's Chief games you can watch back, but
we're going to break in what's going on in the chat. We're going to check in. It's been a busy day there. A lot of new viewers experiencing the chat for the first time. Yeah, a lot to get to. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
don't have to be apologetic for Shedeur Sanders not getting drafted. 32 teams didn't draft him. They got 6 more rounds left in this draft and the opportunity for him to go pro. Sometimes we have an affinity for these kids. Like Dan does breakdowns. Dominique, we've all been doing drafts for a long time. We want to see them live their dreams. We want to see them drafted where they want to be drafted. But that's not always the case. I wanted Lamar Jackson to be a top 5 pick. He ended up going 32nd. I love what Dan said. We are not in mourning. It happens every single year where somebody doesn't get drafted, where people think they're going to get drafted.
Swagoo. Part of the NFL Live show.
Yeah.
I saw yesterday, I was watching, and they're talking running back. Mina Kimes made a point about running back, which is adjacent to a point that I keep making, which is, she said, you want to draft a running back, if your offensive line's in good shape, do it. And the return of the running back, to me, is about just an understanding of you're going to get different results. It's a position dependent on other positions. You know, don't draft a running back and think it's going to fix your offensive line. That's what the Steelers do. That's dumb.
Yeah.
Drafting a running back because your offensive line is sweet or signing one, that's what the Eagles did. That's what the Ravens did. That's what the Bills have. And I'd like to apply that point to everything. The MVP race, for example. When you talk to Bills fans about the receiver idea, well, they have a good offense. Why do you need a receiver? And, you know, whatever. I know I'm obsessed with receiver. It's okay. We're going to talk about other positions to get there. But I don't understand how anyone would view having Josh Allen as, oh, it's now okay to not have good players at that position. Mm-hmm. The goal should be great players with great players. You actually get more out of that. And instead, I think sometimes in football what people tend to do is, oh, I have a great player here. Now I can get somebody not as good to go with them. And I don't know why that's ever the goal, to do that. So that's my little rant on that. Also, the Bills drafted Max Hairston, Mad Max, the fastest player in the draft. Are they allowed to do that on offense? Or is it only defense that can have the really fast guys? You know, McDermott said you can't just be fast, you got to be a football player too. Mm-hmm. Hairston is. Maybe, whatever, a fast receiver can't show that unless he run blocks. I don't know. I'm sure they're going to get a speedy receiver today or tomorrow, and it'll satisfy me for now. Anyway, 8030550. Mad Max Hairston. His Insta has him eating wings, so he's going to
already.
No, I think it's an old. Somebody posted it's an old Insta, so he likes wings. He'll like it here.
Okay.
8030550. It's time to see what's going on in the chat. It's been a busy day on the YouTube chat. Also known as the bullpen. Sometimes it's referred to as the bullpen, the chat. Mm-hmm. Part of what happened in the chat today, listen, we got a lot of new viewers. It's great. Recapping the draft. Welcome to YouTube if you're watching us for stream there or Twitch. We had a lot of people show up and try on new bits. I'm going to be the guy that yells things in the chat. Mm-hmm. It polices itself. But one fun thing they did, they were trying to figure out what Chris Brown's inevitable Mad Max pick 6 call will be. When Max Hairston gets his first pick 6, what will Chris Brown's Mad Max call be? The chat was trying on Mad Max beyond Thunderdome to the end zone. A lot of ideas.
What if what's the line in Mad Max?
Which one?
The one I'm thinking of. If he screams, "What a lovely day!"
That's the War Boys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Assemble the War Boys. Witness me. There's a good one. Witness me. Although Max doesn't say those things.
Right. That's right.
I mean, it depends how deep of a pull you want here. We're going Fury Road. That's bait. Mad Max says that's bait. Sorry, I love that movie. Anyway,
I was going to say, I'm already tapped out.
You are?
You look like you're ready to go on this one.
Mad Max Fury Road's a flawless movie. It's incredible. Should have won Best Picture. I'll tell you. I'll go that far.
Best Picture?
It won 1 million Oscars.
Did it?
It actually did. It won a lot. And it probably should have won Best Picture, but they're afraid to give Best Picture to Mad Max Fury Road.
Yeah, won Best Costume Design, Sound Mixing, Film Editing, Production Design, Director.
Best Director.
Oh, wait, this might just be what it's...
What it was nominated for? It won a bunch.
Because I see Best Picture on
It was
here.
nominated for Best Picture.
Okay, this must just be nominations then.
Yeah.
But it was nominated for everything.
They were afraid to give it Best Picture.
Wow. What won Best Picture that year?
They didn't want us to live in a world where Mad Max Fury Road was the Best Picture. But it was.
Yeah. Spotlight won in 2016. Okay, that's deserved. That movie is tremendous.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. So that's what's going on in the chat.
The Bills have drafted since, I'm not going to go all the way, make you go all back to 1978. They've drafted 2 players out of Kentucky.
No, it's more than that. 2 others?
More than that?
Yeah.
I've only got 2 others.
Okay, 2 others. I know the 2.
Yeah.
Ray Davis and Stevie Johnson.
Yes. That the Bills have drafted out of Kentucky. I don't have anybody else.
Who else went to Kentucky? Tim Couch?
Like since 78 for the Bills. I was looking at that. Josh Allen went to Kentucky. The other Josh Allen.
Joshua Hines Allen now.
Well, he's now Joshua
Formerly
Hines
Josh Allen, now Joshua Hines Allen.
Yep.
Will Levis.
Will Levis is good. Right. That's out of
Jared Lorenzen.
That's out of Kentucky. Jared Lorenzen. How about Andre Woodson? Quarterback from Kentucky.
Okay.
Was awesome in college. Wendell Robinson. Let's go further back than this. How about remembering some guys that went to Kentucky? Randall Cobb went to Kentucky.
All right.
Did you have that one? 4th overall, Dwayne Robertson of the Jets in 2003.
Okay.
I don't even know that name. Was he a bust? There's Tim Couch, 1st overall. Not. I'm looking through the list. Not a outstanding history of Kentucky Wildcats in the NFL, I gotta say. There's not been a Pro Bowler that went to Kentucky since, I guess Joshua Hines Allen, 2019. Also,
right.
Ladarius Smith went to Kentucky. Basketball school. It's basketball school.
Well, thanks, Max Hairston. 803-0550, our number, 1-888-550-2550. The Browns. Mason Graham.
Yeah.
Mason Graham for the Browns. I don't know how many times I've ever seen him go into there.
Never.
Because they traded down.
Right, because they were going to pick at 2, and them picking him at 2 would have just been nuts. Are the Giants going to trade a pass rusher now because they drafted Abdul Carter?
And they have Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns and Abdul Carter.
Yep. I mean, pass rusher is still, like, star pass rusher more so, to me, is still the idea for the Bills if it ever comes about. Other than, I mean receiver, but I'm just losing sleep thinking about that. And Thibodeau along with Hendrickson maybe being potential options.
Yep.
Parsons and the Cowboys haven't signed too. I'm going to wait to be thinking about that one, but I feel like there's still some ideas out there that are worth exploring.
803-0550, the phone number if you want to give us a ring. We still have a little time left in the show today. So, draft party tonight at Wayland.
Yeah. Stop by. It's an amazing venue.
Yeah, we're going to have a good time.
The building
And
is beautiful if you've never been there.
They have an NFL-themed menu for everybody tonight, and I also was checking out the special for tonight. So
okay.
It's not a ticketed event, so here's what we're going to do for tonight. Draft Day 2 party, $25 for a mini beef on weck, 5 wings, fries, and a beer. So beef on weck, 5 wings, fries, and a beer.
Love it.
At Wayland, $25. Come on out. I want to see their menu. I wonder what the menu is for tonight, the draft-themed menu. I'm going to see if I can get that for you.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I want to reach out because it's a great spot. Their food's great.
Yep. TVs everywhere. There's the patio, too. If you've never been there, the patio is beautiful. And I think it's supposed to be okay tonight, but we might get a little rain.
We might get a little rain. We're all going out golfing today. We're team event, and we'll see what we're going to do here. It's supposed to rain around in this area, like around 5 or 6, and it's going to be light. Like the chance of rain is low. Mm-hmm. Bring your rain gear; it won't rain.
What about like a team match play, where like it's me versus you and Owen versus Josh?
Team best ball match.
Yeah. Because we were going to play 13, which we explained yesterday, which is a great game.
We can still do that.
Is there such thing as Team 13? Probably not, right?
I'm not sure.
I think it'd be too easy because your best ball would be... You're going to have so many pars and I guess you could have a hole where both guys get a double or something.
We could just do team best ball handicap.
It's always good.
What's everybody's handicap these days?
14.
Okay.
I know it's not good, but I don't know what mine is. Probably around the 20s somewhere, low 20s.
No, it's not the 20s.
It's not the 20s.
You broke 90 recently.
No, I didn't. I broke 100 recently. I averaged like mid 90s last year.
Maybe he's close to 20.
Averaging mid 90s is not a 20.
In the 20s, though, is strong. Maybe you're approaching 20. I don't think he's in the 20s.
Maybe like 18.
All right, we'll see.
Yeah.
That's why 13's good.
Yeah, I'm around like 13, 14 right now, too.
All right.
Big match. Big match.
This golf tournament, by the way, this week is the worst golf tournament of the year.
Which one is it?
The Zurich Classic.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the match play, but nobody really cares about. I'm not into it at all.
I'm with you.
Which is good that we have the draft and playoffs happening at the same time, because I've been watching a lot of golf, and this will be the one weekend where I watch almost zero.
Lawrence writes in on Chris Brown's future call for Max Hairston. Maxwell to the house. Good to the last drop.
That's great.
That is pretty good.
It took me a second.
That is pretty good.
Maxwell to the house.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope he's listening right now. That's
a good one.
That's such a good
one. But if he wants to go by Max, maybe you don't do that.
Yeah.
Max Power. How about the episode of The Simpsons where Homer changes his name to Max Power? You probably don't know. That's fine.
I don't know that one.
It's a funny one. Max
There's
Power.
too many Simpsons episodes.
You know what?
I can't remember.
I will agree to that. There are too many Simpsons episodes.
There's like 10,000 Simpsons episodes.
That might not be.
Hey, remember that Simpsons episode? Which one over the 40 years that it's been airing?
Max Hairston.
There's 782 Simpsons episodes, by the way.
That's a lot.
Not 10,000. All right.
Extendo Sports, when we get back, Sal has the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. So he's in, and of course we got coverage of the draft tonight. We'll see you out at Wayland, and, come on by. Hopefully get a nice night. And, yeah, all right, Extendo Sports, we'll wrap things up. I got the stat of the day when we return, and then Sal.
Honestly, whatever is meant to happen is going to happen. And I just stayed positive, stayed happy, congratulated all of my brothers that got their names called before me. And I was just so excited to that. And the fact that I got to hear my name as well, I don't care how late it is. It could be 3 a.m. I'll wait to hear my name. And I'm just ecstatic to be a Buffalo Bills. I feel like this is the right place for me.
Max Hairston, Mad Max, on congratulating everyone else that was getting drafted ahead of him. He was a cool vibe last night, Jeremy and Joe. Nate Tice wrote something about the tight ends. The Colts, Seahawks, Chargers make sense given their roster construction for tight end for Tyler Warren. He was saying high volume, right away, having tight ends or scheme that can fit that. But it's Colston Loveland. Like, his point here is teams in the top 10 like the Jets or the Bears took Loveland. I wouldn't be fazed. It might seem rich, but his stock is worth buying. I'm trying to think who was the first I saw that said Loveland was going to go ahead of Warren. It might have been Nate Tice, and he did.
Yeah, he did.
Warren was kind of sold as this holy cow, unbelievable next Brock Bowers, and he might be in fantasy a juicy pick if the Colts have a quarterback. So anyway, stat of the day. We've got a stat of the day for you. Stat of the day is brought to you by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. We've, of course, got the rest of the draft coming up. Next week, we get back to the Champions League.
Yeah.
I found this stat for you. In the history of the Champions League, it's been around since, I think, 92? Premier League started in 92.
Premier League's 92. Champions League's... Well, it's like Premier League, where there was something that preceded it? Like the European League, the Super Cup or something.
Sure.
So just the Champions League started in 19... See, again, their site says 1955. Rebranded in 1992. There you go.
1992.
So you're right.
So, in this version of the Champions League, every year that the Pope has died, an English team has won the Champions League. The Pope has just died.
This is just an avenue for him.
There is an English team remaining in the Champions League. Every year the Pope has died, an English team has won the Champions League. It's like one of those ones where you tie it into, wasn't there one, whoever the Redskins / Commanders, if they finished with a winning record, there was something like that with like a Democrat or Republican won the White House. There used to be a tie-in with the Commanders' seasons. Anyway.
Interesting.
So
something that had nothing to do with the other.
Yeah. So somebody found this, and I found it, and, well, the Pope did die, and there is an English team in the Champions League final. Yeah. Day 2 of the draft. Hit me that horn. Let's get one. Stop watching guys cover receivers, Brandon Bean. Go get one.
And then the big man, wait, not a freighter.
Barge.
Big man barge. Big man barge. There it is.
Yeah. I want a barge.
All right, that makes me, I've been team no defensive tackle, but that makes me want one more.
We're going to put a train on a barge.
Right. Yeah, you wouldn't do it the other way around.
No barge on a train?
The barge is too big.
Yeah, barges tend to be pretty big. I bet you could fit a barge.
The train could probably tow the barge if it's along the water.
What is the barge, like water skiing? There's a rope off the back of a train.
It's like a souped-up version of how they built the Erie Canal.
Technically, every boat water skis, I guess.
Because the Erie Canal was like the boat in the water doesn't have an engine.
You can
it was
put
pulled
a train
by
on a barge.
donkeys or whatever.
That's how they transport them sometimes.
Yeah?
Put a train in a barge? Mm-hmm. Right. How would you transport a train? It'd have to be...
There's specialized ones called rail barges.
Love it. All right. The theme of today is a rail barge. Or whatever.
A defensive tackle that runs routes?
Can you tell we were up until 12:30 last night? I think it's time. All right.
Call it.
We'll see you at Wayland, everybody. Come on out. Wayland, 7 o'clock tonight. Theme menu. We're there. Let's come hang.